Hi, friends. Host Eric here, host of Talking with Famous People. And today, I ask the provocative question, was Shakespeare gay? And the answer is yes. Totally, definitely. I did not know this, but my student Jeffrey had to went over with me this Sonnet 20 by Shakespeare. And it seems very obvious after reading it that, yeah, sure enough, Shakespeare smoked a lot of pole.
Why don't you hear more about that?
You don't hear a lot about that. You think the LGBT community would seize upon this and say, hey, he's one of ours, you know?
Yeah.
But I'm going to explain to you why I'm going to prove to everybody right now that he is gay, okay? So this is Sonnet 20. A woman's face with nature's own hand painted is what it's called. The key thing to remember here is this poem is about a young male, okay? A woman's face with nature's own hand painted hast thou, the master mistress of my passion. A woman's gentle heart but not acquainted with shifting change as is false woman's fashion. An eye more bright than theirs, less false and rolling, gilding the object whereupon it gazeth. A man in hue, all hues in his controlling, which steals men's eyes and women's souls. What is that word? It's kind of too small for me to see. Amazeth. And for a woman wert thou first created, till nature as she wrought thee fell adoring, and by addition me of thee defeated, by adding one thing to my purpose nothing. But since she pricked thee out for women's pleasure, mine be thy love and thy love's use treasure. So basically he's saying, I really love you, but so did nature because you're so beautiful. And so nature added a penis. And that means I'm defeated in my pursuit of you because we both have penises. But since she pricked thee out for women's pleasure, in other words, since she gave you a penis so that women can have sex with you, mine be thy love and thy love's use their treasure. Even though I love you, I'm never going to get to have sex with you because women are going to treasure your penis and I'm not going to get to. This is Shakespeare's 20th sonnet, okay?
That's like,
It is as clear as day that this man is a homosexual, okay? And I had no idea. I didn't know that. They never told me that in high school or in college. But it's very clear this guy is in love with an attractive young male who apparently in other sonnets he refers to as the youth. So, I mean, I think the question is answered clearly. The answer being yes, Shakespeare is history's first celebrated openly gay poet / playwright.
I'm so glad that we finally figured that out. I really had no idea.
I didn't either. Who knew? Super gay. Yeah. What are y'all doing for Halloween? Nothing. I don't think.
What are we doing for Halloween? Yeah, no, probably nothing. I mean, if
If
some kids walk around the neighborhood.
If we get invited to a Halloween party or something, I mean,
Yeah, that's different.
I could, in theory, try to host a Halloween party and call various people I know, all the adults that I haven't seen in a long time. But that sounds like a lot of work.
It is.
Okay, next topic on my list of incredible topics here: UFOs and skeptics.
Now, how could there be skeptics?
There still are. So, I'm watching. I was watching last night some various YouTube videos about like 20 most amazing things or 20 best UFO captures or shit like that, you know. And one of these videos actually went through. It went after each one and said, ufologists say meh. However, skeptic John Schma says it's meh. The thing is, it's like after the release by the U.S. military of these three videos, one of which shows an object moving beyond the capacity that we believe to be possible with our current technology anyway, substantially beyond. So it's like, to be a skeptic then, there's kind of a switch of roles here. It's like this skeptic's having to make extra work to convince himself that his skepticism is still justified. So, in other words, some sort of special malfunction must have happened with them. Yeah. In that case, now there's a sort of a switch of FI, right? Which is kind of weird because you don't expect the skeptics to have that. Regardless, there are so many different videos of UFOs and other unidentified aerial phenomena that it's, even if they do all have an explanation of some sort, a reasonable explanation that once we understand it, we go, oh, okay, I see. Even if they all do, there's not good enough reason in the status quo to think that we actually can explain every event through the lens of there's an answer of the sort we already have, right? So in other words, if you say, when we talk about UFOs, most people just immediately think that's the same thing as aliens, right? Of course, an unidentified flying object is simply an unidentified flying object. It's kind of like, it's a little different than the ghost question though. So in other words, if something's flying around the sky in ways that indicate it's not biological and that it's displaying capacities beyond that which humans currently believe humans are capable, then aliens and ships is an answer, okay? Now let's look at a comparable. If we see something move without a ghost touching it, without a person touching it or whatever, we might say ghost. But that's not comparable because it's conceivable for us to talk about aliens that and if in fact aliens were real, we could define it very straightforwardly. In other words, if it's a life form that's from another planet, it's an alien. Okay? On the other hand, if we say something's a ghost, there's no way of establishing that a ghost is a departed person. A ghost might be, it could be anything because it's just a force that moves things, in that example anyway, without us understanding how the thing is moved. In other words, it violates our understanding of this inanimate object by seeming to afford animacy to it, independently of any recognizable agent. But we have much less reason to conclude that it's a ghost than we might conclude that UFOs are aliens, right? Even if neither of those conclusions is fully verifiable or validatable, Okay. What's the difference between an extraterrestrial and an alien? Nothing. I mean, extraterrestrial refers to anything that's outside of the solar system. An alien refers to, anything that's outside of the planet. And, an alien refers to a life form that's come from outside of the planet. So, all things that are aliens are extraterrestrial, but not all things that are extraterrestrial are aliens. However, you say an extraterrestrial, that typically means an alien, because while we could refer to like a meteorite that lands on Earth as an extraterrestrial, we'd always refer to it as an extraterrestrial object. Yeah, right. The earring proves it as well. Shakespeare's definitely gay. And I just want to encourage the LGBT community to take up the banner of Shakespeare's one of us. Sonnet 20 proves it. Okay. Topic 3. I'll go ahead and do topic 4 next. Somebody told me that Rational Typology published another video of segments of the same interview with me where they comment differently or something. I just like to extend the invitation. If they'd like to join me on a video conference, we could discuss these matters right now if they're watching or if somebody gets this message to them. This invitation stands for the duration of the live stream. If they want to come on and have another conversation with me, that's fine. It'll go down the same way that the last one did, and no matter how much post-morteming you do with it, you aren't going to change that reality, you know? That's just how it is. It's true, too. Shakespeare is gay, yes. Flow state. He is. I proved it already. I could prove it again, but you can see the sonnet right here. This sonnet's about a dude, and Shakespeare lamenting that he's another dude because he really wants to hump him, but unfortunately he's a dude. That's basically the gist of this poem. And the thing is, I never studied this poem in school. I never was introduced to this. I was surprised to learn last night that he was a homosexual. Well, Flow State, the point is, this is basically a critique of the LGBT community for failing to embrace William Shakespeare as proof of the awesomeness of homosexuals or something. Because, he's... Okay, well, Flow State, writing a lot of poetry does not make you gay, okay? Flow State, you're just trying to say that I'm gay. That's all you're doing here.
That's totally what I was thinking too.
Yeah. The thing is...
No, you are not.
I just... no matter how much I try to conceive of sexuality as this sort of... It's like not an attribute. It's a spectrum or something. I just don't want to fuck dudes. I don't know what to say. I just don't want to.
Right?
No matter how much I want to be unbigoted and smoke some pole, I just can't bring myself to do it.
What's wrong with you?
I know. I don't mean to be anti-diversity or homophobic, but no matter how much I try to muster up the enthusiasm for it, I just don't want to fuck any dudes. Well, lots of gay guys have children. Lots of gay people. In Shakespeare's time, he was probably like, God damn it. I guess I'm just going to have to fuck this lady.
Yeah.
Because I can't get on the youth, as he refers to him in these various sonnets.
That movie, Shakespeare in Love, makes so much sense now. Because in it, he has, during that time, a lot of men would play women's parts and stuff. So he had, in it...
you mean they'd play boobs and vaginas? Oh, no, you mean women's roles in the play. I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
Roles in the play. And he created a lot of characters who were played by their men. Right, yeah.
Dudes played a lot of ladies, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, was Isaac Newton gay? Well, the problem with Isaac Newton is he didn't do the kind of work that reveals whether you're gay or not. So calculus, somebody does calculus in one way, somebody does calculus another way. It's not like if you're a homosexual and you do calculus, you draw little hearts and angels and rainbows over your math equations, Yeah. There's no way to tell from math work your sexuality. But there is ways to tell your sexuality from sonnet writing.
Totally.
So, if I wrote a sonnet that says, "Oh, thine long and stiff cock, how I wish I had you now. Bring it close and upon my face, that I may touch its mighty bow," then you would be able to say, okay, probably this guy's a homosexual, since he seems to have this enthusiasm for penis.
I think that's no, I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought you wanted me to move it over. You still have a nug over there, or you're gonna save that for later.
I'm gonna save it.
That's smart. Isaac Newton's favorite number, according to his son, was 69. That's such a silly joke. Da Vinci was at least bi. Why? Because he made statues of naked men? See, I'm not necessarily sure that making a statue of a naked man makes you gay. If that was the thing back then, you know?
Yeah.
Like, if that was, you know, the top level of making a statue was a naked dude for everybody, then it wouldn't necessarily be the case that him making a naked dude was indicative of something. That sonnet is not about penis. It's about roosters. You specifically say cock. Oh, well, that's true. But you know what? It's a double entendre. I'm not just talking about the strutting male bird, but also a strutting male genital. Isaac Newton sexual orientation was a non-factor because he wasn't getting laid anyway. Is that true? Was Isaac Newton not getting laid? And if so, why not? I mean, did the chicks not recognize? Like, oh my God, you came up with gravity. That makes me so wet. Isaac, tell me the story about the apple falling on your head again. I love that story. Queen James of Scotland. Queen James. You can't have a Queen James. That makes no sense. Okay, let's go on to the next topic. I made my invitation. I'll repeat it again. If the people from Rational Typology, who have now made 2 videos commenting on the same conversation, same 30-minute conversation they had with me, if in fact you want to talk to me more, that's fine. You can talk to me more. We can have a conversation more. But if you don't want to talk to me more and you just want to sort of win the framing battle here, well, you don't have the raw material with which to win it, you know? Math geeks don't get badger peen. Hey, that's a very non-math geek centric worldview you're expressing there, okay? Stop being non-math geek normative. Okay, so next topic. The George 1. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of the George 1, but back in 1957, I believe it was, the U.S. military launched this thing called Operation High Top, I think. But regardless, it was a operation to Antarctica that involved a lot of military forces. In other words, they had a destroyer, they had a battleship, they had a cruiser, blah, 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 blah. And basically, the purpose of it was the express purpose of it was to basically test and gain data about how U.S. military equipment operated in extreme conditions, in extremely cold conditions. And then the other express purpose of it was for these planes that they'd send out, Operation High Jump, okay, and take pictures of Antarctica to survey it, okay, and what happened during this thing is one of the crazier sort of survival stories you're gonna hear. So I read this firsthand account by the radar man who was on the plane that crashed in Antarctica. And the thing is, he was a radar man who had been responsible for getting a previous, you're talking about Admiral Halsey or whatever. This stuff happened what I'm talking about happened very early in the expedition, okay? And the people involved in it weren't there for the rest of the expedition. So, whatever you think about that expedition in general, and there's a lot of conspiracy theories around it, the part I'm talking about is not involved with any of those conspiracy theories. The part I'm talking about happened basically at the very beginning of the expedition, was an accident, and isn't linked to any of those conspiracy theories. Okay, so first of all, this guy who's the radar operator on the George One explains how the George One is a water landing, water takeoff airplane. Okay, it's called a P boat in air terms, I guess. And the thing is, the seas in Antarctica are extremely choppy, so they have to nevertheless land on some place near a bigger ship in order to get their stuff loaded onto it and refueled and stuff. Plus, they have these very heavy tanks, which they have to shoot off to increase their lift because they have so much stuff on board, and it's difficult to get it to take off from the water, right? And plus, they're trying to do big long surveys, so they're incredibly loaded with fuel. So, in order to do all this setup for the plane, in order to get it to take off, they have to. There's this hole basically on the ship that they're putting stuff out of, and there's an equivalent hole on the plane that they're flying, right? But the holes are going like this, so they're with the seas. So they're having to move people and stuff by timing it, right? Like, okay, hold on, push it through. And then, of course, if you get it wrong, if you're pushing somebody through, when you get it wrong, they get chopped in half. So it was an extremely hazardous endeavor to begin with, all right? And they describe having to put these heavy additional tanks that give you additional liftoff under similar conditions, and it being incredibly harrowing, right? But this radar operator and the rest of the crew eventually get on the George One. And the thing is, they can't take off. Why can't they take off? Because the seas are so choppy that they would dolphin if they tried to take off, which means they would go like this, you know? So what they have to do in order to take off, they have a smaller boat go vroom in front of them and create a flat wake behind them that then they can follow. It sort of works, and they get enough height that they're clipping off the top of each of the waves as they're slowly rising into the air. They fire off these things to get them additional lift, and finally they make it into the air. There's zero visibility, so it's a very thick fog. But they've been told that visibility clears up once you get to the coast, because they're in the lee of an iceberg. Okay. So the reason the radar guy is there is because he's how the plane knows they're not going to run into anything if they can't see visually. When they get to the coast, it turns out their reports were completely wrong. They were told completely clear, unlimited visibility, and this same incredibly thick fog was there on the coastline. So the radar man is having to direct the plane where to go to make sure he doesn't run into any mountains or whatever, you know. And he's following the part of the thing that's already been surveyed on the map, namely that there's a mountain here, and he's looking for, okay, there's that small response that indicates this mountain here. There's a small response that indicates this mountain here, right? So they're flying along, and what's happening, and the radar guy's not aware of it because it was the first recorded example of so-called stealth radar. They're flying along a slope that's very gradually going up, and there's not sufficient differentiation in the topography to give a meaningful radar response. And eventually, the plane clips this hill they're going up, and it's completely loaded with fuel, and it catches on fire as some fuel drips onto something that's hot, and it blows up. Okay, this fucking plane straight up blows up with 1,300 gallons of air, not jet fuel, but airplane fuel, because it wasn't a jet, you know. Regardless, you would assume, based on these facts, that everybody on the plane is dead. But in fact, no. There are a number of actual survivors. The only person who had a seatbelt on, even though they were all supposed to have their seatbelts on, was the co-pilot, and he died. Well, he didn't die, but he got stuck in it while there was fire there. So he got a bunch of like horrible burns on himself, but lived, okay? Then there's another guy who had like his legs crushed kind of, and was very seriously injured, but was also still alive. And then there were several guys who were fine and still alive. One guy had a gash on his forehead, but the cold coagulated the blood really quickly. He complained of headaches for a couple of days, but he would turn out to be fine. The captain, who didn't have his seatbelt on, had been thrown a long distance into a big pile of soft snow, and he was fine, although disoriented. Same with the radar guy. This account I'm relating is the radar guy's first-person account of it, okay? Now, this was a very competent radar guy, and part of this story, of course, is him. He's the first person to blame because they couldn't see anything visually, and he's the one who's supposed to be in charge of making sure you don't hit shit if you can't see things visually, right? But he had in his account, no, this is what the Navy said is this is the first ever example of a stealth radar, which is to say doing something so gradually, and now we know this phenomenon exists. This was the instantiation of the existence of this phenomenon.
Wow.
In other words, he was cleared of all wrongdoing. So then they had a couple of people who were badly injured, and then they had these few people who were okay. At first, they only had 3 sleeping bags, so they tried to, and the storm was just this fog turned into a big blizzard, and so he drew a drawing of this sort of structure that they built out of a piece of the fuselage and snow, and where they were all stationed in it, all huddled together, right? Well, soon enough, one of the guys dies. One of the guys who was critically injured. He lasted for a little while, but then he was dead. And they buried him, and they had a ceremony and such. The problem was they had no way of communicating back with the base because they'd found like a piece of the radio, but it didn't have any capacity to electrify. They didn't have any way to electrify it. So the radar guy tries to rig some things, and they fail, and he feels pretty depressed. There's this description of how there were these, what they called Arctic gulls who kept hanging around, which they later learned were Antarctic vultures, and how he was going to scare them away. So they found part of a shotgun that had no, from what I understand, I'm not good with gun terms, but I think it didn't have any wooden part here that you would normally put here, because he described how sketchy it was to shoot it, and then they had 2 shotgun shells. So the first one, he tried to shoot at the first penguin, but he was not the penguin, the vulture, but he was scared it was going to blow up in his face, because one of the other guys said, "Are you sure you want to shoot that thing? It might blow up in your face." And so he went like this right when he shot, and he missed. And these vultures didn't even move. They've never seen humans beings before or whatever. So the second one, he took good aim, and he's like, "All right, you fuckers, you know what? Arctic vulture sounds delicious. We're going to maybe eat one of you." And he shot the other one with the shotgun and definitely hit it, but they just sort of looked at him and walked away and then flew away. Because they had this thick, yellowy, slimy goo all over their chest, and he had very small buckshot, and it just didn't penetrate the bird at all. So then there's another funny story where when they're about to be rescued, they see a couple emperor penguins, and it being 1957, I guess, the captain who's rescuing them, the radar guy is all excited about this and goes over and is like, "Hey, look, it's a penguin. It's not even running away from me or whatever." And the captain says, "Well, if you'd like to bring it back with you, go ahead." So the guy went over and tried to grab the penguin's hand and like walk it over with him, and the penguin bit his hand. And he said, "Fortunately, it didn't have any teeth." At that point, I decided better off left alone, and they didn't end up taking this penguin back with them. But can you imagine? It's like 1957. This guy is like interested in this penguin he's finding in Antarctica, who's there with its mate, right? He says its friend or its mate or whatever it was, and he thinks, I'd like to just take this thing back to the Navy ship with me. I mean, how crazy is that, right? No, we haven't gotten there yet.
Thank you, Ike.
So they had to spend 13 days out there, and in the end, of the people who were seriously injured, only one of them survived. It was the one, he had to have his legs amputated, but he was called Frenchie, and which is such an old-fashioned like nickname, you know, for a military person. And after identifying his actual name, one time at the beginning, the radar operator guy thereafter refers to him as Frenchie, but continually throughout the whole account puts Frenchie in quotes. So it's I'm kind of like, you don't need to keep putting it in scare quotes, okay? Just call him Frenchie. It's fine. Anyway, Frenchie apparently had very good spirits throughout the whole thing, made jokes, etc. And even when he was getting his legs amputated, he said, because he couldn't feel anything because they'd been all frostbitten and gangrenous anyway, he said, stop giving me that dope, doc. Just give me somebody to talk to. And reportedly, like, made jokes throughout the whole operation. There was a screen so we couldn't see what they were doing, you know? And then afterwards, just call me Shorty, doc. So it's like, this radar operator guy has a lot of respect for Frenchie. And Frenchie's cool in the face of incredible life-changing trauma, right? But of course, this is not that long after World War II, so I think it was 57. Anyway, and they were eventually rescued. Apparently, they okay. So this is how they got rescued. So a plane finally spots them. They had put together a signal fire that they were ready to douse with gasoline and light in case they saw any plane nearby. And the radar operator guy was the one who ran over to light it, right? And doused the shit out of it with gasoline, and then leaned down and lit it and went boom, boom, you know. And everyone's like, "Are you okay?" And the guy had burned off all his eyebrows, eyelashes, facial hair, and everything. But he was, other than that, fine. And the captain's like, "You are so lucky," because he was in such a rush to light the signal fire. He didn't think, "Hey, maybe this is gonna be a big poof thing," you know. And okay, so they see the plane. Well, then what magically fucking happens after they see the plane is they get dropped a note explaining this because they still couldn't get the radio to work. Although he may have gotten it working at the very end, I don't exactly remember. But so apparently what's happened, it was ice all the way from the shore, which was ice, to where they were when they flew over it, right? But somehow magically, 10 miles from where they crashed, there had opened up a random lake in the middle of the ice. It was actually sea underneath it. It wasn't lake water, right? But it was 10 miles from where they had crashed. And fortunately, it was 10 miles downhill from where they crashed. So they put Frenchie on a sled, and they're hiking down there. And partway through their hike, a supply plane dropped some supplies for them, which includes some Old Crow, a bottle of Old Crow. And so the radar guy, he takes a couple good slugs from that, and then the captain says, "Oh, okay, easy on that. You don't know how that's going to affect you in this environment, blah, 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 blah." And the radar man goes, "Yeah, I hadn't thought about that," and wisely puts it away, quote unquote. So, then later on he's saying, like, I was really feeling the Old Crow, but I was loving being the sled guy. So he was the guy in charge of dragging Frenchie on the sled, or driving Frenchie on the sled. The thing is, since it was mostly downhill, he was just riding the sled downhill with Frenchie. And so they'd get like half a mile in front of the other people who'd be yelling behind them, "Slow down, wait up, wait up." But he was drunk, basically. And then they get to the edge of this lake, and it's like a cliff face down to the lake. Except where they happened to go, there was this one, basically water slide thing that's gently went down all the way to the coast, to the water. And it was like the only thing around, all else around this thing. You couldn't get down there. They just happened to go. The radar guy was also the Morse code guy and also the semaphore guy. Okay, so he was responsible for Morse codes, semaphore, and radar. And he used all three of those skills during this adventure. I skipped those parts. So, yes, he communicated some with the plane via semaphore, but the plane couldn't understand it. And he tried tapping out Morse code. The thing is, the guys who had crashed were not aware of how aware the other people were. So everybody out there was aware pretty soon after they didn't come back or lost radio contact that something bad had happened, and they launched the processes of rescue. Except there was still that bad storm for the first few days, and they didn't want to send out another plane when they couldn't see anything, right? No point in that. So, the search was on, and they had been radioing them, encouraging messages on the hour, every hour, the whole time, but they didn't have a radio to receive it. So in fact, things were very much in the works with the rescue, but the guys were confused. They're like, why haven't they attempted a helicopter rescue yet? And the answer was they couldn't get close enough to where they were to be within a helicopter's range. They'd tried that. That took a they couldn't get close enough because the helicopter didn't have as long of a range, So they tried that, and that took a couple of days of attempts, and then so that's why it was taking so long, basically. Is they're trying to figure out how best to do this, and they kept having various problems associated with the fact that it was Antarctica. Eventually, that lake opened up, and it gave them a chance to say, okay, we have someplace we can land the plane and take off from that's 10 miles away from where you're stuck. Now, the radar guy attributes all this stuff, these crazy coincidences, to God. He says, and I definitely believe the big guy this time because that lake was not there. And if you ask the know-it-all scientists, they say, well, an iceberg must have broken down and made that lake. But I can tell you, I was there looking out over that landscape for 13 days. There was no such iceberg there. It just opened randomly. Must have been God. It's sort of the classic ex post facto fallacy. But regardless, it was heartwarming to read, And then they do get them all on the plane and rescue them. And then those guys all have to go back to the United States, and the radar operator is upset about that. He wanted to stay for the rest of the mission, but they said basically, you've earned either a long leave or something like that. And the reason he complained about it mostly actually was he was really looking forward to having leave at Rio de Janeiro after they were done. Which I thought was kind of adorable too. And then he shares in the story. This is a story he's telling after he's been married for 55 years. Because he mentions his wife and being married and what a wonderful woman she is and how glorious his life has been because of this marriage and stuff. He's obviously in love with his wife, right? So this story's being told 55 years later. But this guy's storytelling is straight up 1950s. It's like he's still telling stories. I don't remember him actually saying "gee willikers," but he could very well could have. Okay, so it was one. It's probably, if you knew all the details of what happened, but in terms of the crash and where they crashed, how much fuel it had, how the plane exploded, etc., and how distant they were, and how there was a big storm, and how difficult it was to enact a rescue, and you just had those details, you'd say, no way anybody survived that thing. But in fact, like half the people survived it, and it's kind of amazing. All right, Ike, thank you very much for your donation. I really do appreciate it. I'm sorry I don't spend a lot of time doing this FE thing after people give me money. It matters a lot. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so let's go on to... I did the invitation already yet. Right? Yeah, they're not. Nobody's taking me up on that invitation.
What was the invitation?
That I guess Rational Typology published another video this morning with clips of the 30-minute conversation I had with the guy and their commentary on it. So when I heard that, I said, "Why? Okay, these guys. If you want to have more resolution on these matters, then have another conversation with me. That's fine. You're welcome to join me right now if you're watching. Also, if you're that ENTP guy who wants to talk to me and to make a video, and we've been playing comment tag, and you're watching, let me know here in the chat, and we'll schedule that for like right after this stream or something. Okay. Yeah, they had a lot of people. They had a whole team of people flying this plane because there was one guy who was just in charge of taking survey photos. He died in the crash, but the radar operator was able to salvage his phone, his camera, which was not a phone in 1957, and dried it out. He said he left it out in the sun to make sure, just to maximally increase the chances that the film was okay, and then took a number of pictures. Yes, I have heard of the Dyatlov Pass incident. That is a very interesting story, and I think the most reasonable explanation for it is Soviet military testing killed those people. Some sort of gas, but I don't know. I don't have a good explanation for it. Okay, so next let's go on to moon rocks. So moon rocks, I think, provide an interesting discussion of things that are determinate, things that are suggestive. So here's the deal. When NASA came back from the moon with moon rocks, they carefully studied all these moon rocks, and they said it's indistinguishable from the composition of rocks on Earth. There's nothing definitive about it to show that it's come from the moon, okay? More specifically, they were looking to see if meh quality on Earth rocks would be absent from meh quality on moon rocks because of difference of environment or something, and it wasn't. So, here's the deal. No, we haven't come up with that. We haven't discussed that yet. Well, somebody wrote those plays, right? Whoever wrote, we're going to use the first cause argument, okay? Those plays have a first cause. Whoever that is Shakespeare. All right, so anyway, what was I saying? Moon rocks, right. So a year now ago, maybe 2 years now ago, yeah, I have a topic list, things I wanted to talk about. China was going to get moon rocks. And right when China was going to get moon rocks, NASA announces, oops, we made a mistake. Actually, there is a difference between moon rocks and Earth rocks. We just studied some new samples, and we realized that, I guess it's right after China got back with moon rocks, okay? And we realize now that moon rocks are different. Now, note, the natural thing to say would be, well, of course, Eric, they studied the same moon rocks from a long time ago and used a different technique that's more advanced now, and they were able to see the thing. Except, I've never heard any of the scientists who've talked about this, indicate that at all. In fact, they say things like, I don't know why we never saw this sample before. And so the answer is, wait, so NASA had a bunch of moon rocks that didn't display this difference between moon rocks and Earth. And they also had samples of moon rocks that did, but they just never got around to testing them until half a century later. So, okay, the reason I mention this moon rock thing is because there are plenty of people out there who say that the moon landing was a hoax, right? I don't think the moon landing was a hoax. I think that we probably actually did land on the moon, and you know, there's too much reason to think that we could have at the time. There's lots of reason to believe that we were at least able to go into outer space and orbit around that time. And so I don't see it. I see it as less plausible that it was a hoax than that we actually did it, since it's kind of easier to do it than to pull off the hoax, you know. But somebody who's not a believer in the moon landing said the smartest thing he could ever say in terms of arguing something to me, which was, I just have one request: Google moon rocks. And I did, and I was able to glean immediately what the problem was, right? There's a serious problem there. That NASA comes back with purported moon rocks in 1967 or whatever. And in 50 years later, in 2017, they're still claiming the same conclusions they drew about moon rocks that they had in 1967. Then all of a sudden, China goes to the moon, comes back, and NASA says, or scientists say, oh, we've looked at these NASA rocks, either again or these are new NASA rocks we've never looked at before, and realized that no, there is this difference between them. Okay, well, why didn't you realize that sooner? Is it because this is a new sample? We don't think so. We're not sure. Is it because you're using a better technique? No, it's the same technique. Then how come it took this long to figure it out? Well, we're not sure. Those are the answers I'm getting, right? When I research it on like Google Scholar and shit. So, well, gravity is inherently a homosexual idea, Karma's Pimp. Gravity is about objects that are kind of the same, things that have mass, being attracted to each other. So it's the homosexuality of physics. It's either that or magnetism. No, but see, magnetism has opposite things. Right. So NASA's also claimed that, quote, there are no missing tapes, and also that they recorded over the tapes. But their key point is there is no footage of the moon that hasn't been shown either during the live feed or after the fact. That the reason we didn't save those tapes and delete them is because we already had that data elsewhere. We had already transferred it someplace else, so there's no reason to save it. So there's no missing data, there's just missing tapes. That's what NASA says, okay? But they say it in a really convoluted way that makes me kind of wonder if they really mean exactly what it would appear they mean when they say that. It's an interesting thing, okay? I've never heard anybody make that claim before. I've never heard NASA say we've lost the technology to go to the moon. But I have heard that who goes to the moon and doesn't have the same number of hours of footage as the number of hours they were there? Seriously. Well, I mean, to a certain extent, you know, it's like people in 1967 didn't understand the value of archiving stuff at all. Like, you know, I Love Lucy was incredibly revolutionary in that they insisted their things be recorded on film and that they kept the films. Which is why I Love Lucy has high quality reruns and nothing else from that time period does. So in some sense, it wouldn't be inconsistent with the milieu for them to undervalue the archival value of something like that. Now, granted, it's NASA; they're supposed to be collecting data, but whether or not video, you know, film, video, whatever you call it, of people on the moon comprises valuable data. It depends on your frame of reference. If you're a scientist who's only looking at all the measurement data, you'll just think watching people walk around isn't useful. Just seeing this in the visual spectrum doesn't tell me anything about it any more than just looking at anything does. I need to know how much calcium it has in it, how much whatever, So it depends on your frame of reference to whether you think those tapes, that footage is of any value or not. And since you've got a bunch of scientists who are evaluating only those things that they can meaningfully use as data in their own calculi, it seems quite plausible that a group of such people would in fact say, well, this isn't worth anything. What's the point of this? Just people walking around. So, I mean, yeah, I do believe that it's possible that they might have just done that. But and in fact, if you should watch this video on YouTube called "The Woman Who Recorded Everything." So from like 1987 until she died in 2000 whatever, she had multiple TVs in her house, all playing different channels, and she recorded on VCR tapes everything.
Oh my god.
She was rich, so she could afford to do this, and her original reasoning was she needed to be able to document how news stories change the way they present things over time, so she could prove that they were lying. She was a big conspiracy theorist kind of person, right? But she was also rich, and she made this videotaping thing she built her life around it. So I have to leave now because I need to go switch tapes at 7 p.m. would be the end of dinner, when she was unable to maintain this herself because she was too old and frail, she hired an assistant and supervised him doing it. So there's this huge library of video VCR tapes of shows of stuff that was on TV. It may have been before 1987 even that she started. I'm not sure. But the thing is, stuff that was on TV of which there's no other record because television stations generally didn't keep all that shit. They just reused tapes and stuff like that because it was more cost efficient. And they thought, why am I caring about what we did yesterday? I have to still produce what we're doing tomorrow. And that's my job. There's an audiobook to be found on YouTube with the title 100 Evidence the Earth is Flat from the 1800s. So, I mean, the question though is this. Is that moon rock thing, how determinate is that about this issue? So, by anybody's reasonable assessment of it, that's shocking. It's like, it's obviously the people who are reporting that these moon rocks do in fact display this difference from Earth rocks. These people are just as confused as me. And you can see it in their responses to questions from interviewers or statements in journal entries, peer-reviewed journals and stuff like that. They don't have any answers as to why this hadn't been seen before. And they're clearly not trying to cover up for anybody because they're just like, I don't know. I mean, it's weird. They have the same kind of reaction to me, right? But if that's not kind of a smoking gun that NASA didn't have moon rocks in the first place, or were purposefully giving non-moon rocks to scientists to study, I mean, that's about as smoking a gun as you can get, right? The explanation that they just were everybody was just sort of getting it wrong for the last 50 some years until somebody finally looked at the what? I mean, this is not even an explanation. So, should I then believe that NASA didn't land on the moon is the question. Is that because you could pile a bunch of non-determinate pieces of evidence in front of me, and I would always say it still makes more sense that they did land on the moon. Because remember, the process of doing a good hoax, right? The process of doing a good hoax means you will have plenty of pieces of evidence that in fact it did go down like they wanted it, like I said it went down. So there's always going to be plenty of pieces of evidence that it is as it appears to be. And so most pieces of evidence on both sides are non-determinate. They don't say how you should evaluate the whole issue. They just lend weight to one side or the other. But we didn't lose the technology to go to the moon. Okay. What that means, to the extent that anybody actually said that, what they meant is we'd have to restart this project because we obviously can't use 60s technology to go to the moon. Even if we could, we don't even have those components around anymore. So you're gonna have to start the program from scratch, basically, because everything's gonna have to be built according to new specs, new kinds of specs. No more deprecated technology. It's got to be contemporary technology. So it's not like the technology to go to the moon is a single thing. Conceptually, getting to the moon involves some physics concepts that don't change. Things like escape velocity and, determining the calculus of an object moving in relation to other objects, each of which is spinning, blah, blah, like all that kind of shit is inherent to the idea of going to the moon, as is the fact that you're going to have some sort of oxygen-filled spacesuit for the people to breathe and some sort of thermal protection so that they don't freeze to death in the cold of space. Meow-giddy, meow-giddy, meow. Okay, does the moon rotate? I guess it rotates around the Earth. It may not rotate on its own axis. I guess it doesn't. Otherwise, unless the rotation. No, it must not, or else there wouldn't be a dark side of the moon.
Would it get rotation sick?
I don't know. Does the Earth? It rotates around the Earth, but it doesn't revolve around its own. It revolves around the Earth, but it doesn't rotate on its axis. Okay, so. That's why there's a dark side of the moon. Does the sun rotate on its axis? If not, I'm right. There is a dark side of the sun. Oh, it does rotate on its axis? Well, so in other words, then it must rotate at the same speed that. It must rotate on its axis at the same speed as it revolves around the Earth, because otherwise there wouldn't be a dark side, right? Or is the dark side always changing? There's always a dark side, but it doesn't stay the same? I'm not sure. In other words, are there night and day on the moon? Is the question. Are there night and day on the moon? And it sounds like what he's saying here is there's a 13 and a half long day, followed by a 13 and a half long night, right? 13 and a half hour long night. The dark side is changing. Okay, thank you, Fiag, for clearing that up for us. I'm no astronomer, so... Well, in fact, Legends Fall, you're correct. That's not what's happened. Fiag has confirmed that, in fact, the dark side is changing. So, if you were to stand on one place on the moon, you would have a 13 and a half day long daytime, followed by a 13 and a half long day, 13 and a half day long nighttime. If you were to translate it from Earth hours, Google it. Looks to be some suspicious information about the moon and its rotation. Yeah, can you not fuck with me, please? Can you not? I'd appreciate that. All right, let's talk about targeted people, or targeted individuals, they call them, actually. TIs. And so if you Google TI, you may come up with targeted individuals instead of introverted thinking. Certainly plausible. What's not impossible, just unlikely? That my penis is as big as the sun? It's impossible. If my penis were as big as the sun, you wouldn't be able to see me. I appreciate your you're deeming it just unlikely, though. What was I about to do? Oh, yeah, I was going to change that from targeted people to targeted individuals. That's what I was going to do. Okay, so there's this group of people who call themselves targeted individuals who basically think that they're being, well, there's varying expressions of it. They think they're being gang stalked. They think they're being potentially having implants inserted into their body. They think they're maybe being bombarded by microwaves or other forms of harassment / assault. And their overarching frame of reference is it's part of a bigger program in which based on game theory, in which some sort of shady organization is trying to get people to kill themselves without doing any harm to them directly, like without physically doing anything bad about them. Well, now that's of course the natural, the first and foremost conclusion to draw is that you're talking about people who have schizophrenia, who often express this sort of delusions of significance and persecution concurrently. So, of course, that's what most of these individuals end up running into as soon as they try to argue their case with anybody. However, there are some good reasons to believe, in some instances, that these people, at least their claims about gang stalking, have some merit. So, what this gang stalking notion manifests as is strangers following you and watching you when you're doing things in ways that are intended to make you aware that they're following you and watching you and make you uncomfortable, but also make it difficult for you to prove that this is happening. So, of course, the first question any rational thinker is going to have is, okay, but why you? Why are you so important that they would choose you to be one of these targeted individuals? What did you do to deserve this? And or what? And their response to this will always be, well, that's the $64 million question, which is, we don't know why. And it's hard to say why. Now, one could imagine such a shady organization executing such a program in order to test various means of psychological terrorism and their capacity to non-violently control what people do, how they experience their lives, etc. If there were such an evil, nefarious organization wanting to do that, one could imagine that they might pick people randomly. So then in that case, there wouldn't be any answer as to why they picked that person and not this person. On the other hand, it could be in such a scenario, in such a hypothetical, that a person needs to meet meow criteria. They're selected randomly, but then checked for meow criteria. And if they don't meet those, they're tossed out as a possibility. Could be that, you know. Could be they search for meow criteria and take all those people and then check to make sure they also have meow criteria and eliminate the ones that don't, or something like that. Well, I've not heard any linkage between TIs and COVID because I'm familiar with TIs from way back in the day. So this idea of targeted individuals has been around for a long time. In fact, in the early 2000s, my friend Corey firmly believed he was a targeted individual. And what that meant was that random people would follow him. This is what he would believe. He believed, right? That random people would follow him, that that they would watch him in ways that made it clear, like, that they were watching him, that strange things of various sorts would go on. He'd hear noises of people outside of his house, and then go look, and he couldn't see anybody there, and like sometimes things would be moved, a door would be left open when he knows he closed it, things like that, right? So here's the deal. When he would tell me this, I would obviously ask the natural questions. But, like, why you? And isn't that a lot of resources to put into what's fundamentally just trying to scare you or something? Additionally, I've always found it difficult to get and keep people's attention. It's like, what's your trick to getting these people to pay so much attention to you?
I feel like I'm wondering, I'm like, are you born a targeted person?
No, I don't think anybody makes that claim.
Okay.
So, if you were going to be the lawyer for this line of thinking, you'd say, whatever the organization is that's doing it is picking people at random would be the best explanation. And because that gives them a better, comparison against the control group, which is everybody they don't pick. So the thing is, I think any critical thinker would dismiss this as much more likely evidence of a mental health issue than evidence of something going on, right? Except back at that time when I was hanging out with Corey a lot, and he was always hesitant to tell me what he really thought about these things because I ask the tough questions. It's what I always do when somebody presents something that's an extraordinary claim, right? However, the thing is, I had several experiences with Corey in which I got to experience myself what he was talking about. And those experiences are very hard for me to explain. I don't have any explanation for them. For example, one time we were driving, Corey was driving, I was riding in the car, and we were having this conversation. And I'm like, yeah, but see, Corey, that doesn't make any sense, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, well, like that guy behind me, he's definitely following me. I'm like, that guy's not following you. It's like if he's been behind us for a while, it's just coincidence, It's like that happens. It happens to me sometimes. I'm like, I don't like it when there's somebody right behind me, especially if they kind of want to go faster than me. And so sometimes I'll be like, okay, well, I'm going to turn right here. Okay, good. Now I should turn. Oh, wait, God damn it, they turned too. Now I'm going to turn. Oh, God damn it, they turned too. God damn it, they turned again. Okay, you motherfuckers need to go someplace else than where I'm going. Because it's annoying me that you're still behind me, if they're kind of on my bumper or something at all, right? So it's like, I get that stuff happens coincidentally. But we're having this conversation in the car, and Corey's saying, it's like those guys behind me, they're following me. And I'm like, they're not following you. And he's like, really? Well, watch this. And he turned here, turn, sped up. They sped up with us, made every turn with us. They were definitely following us, or he. I don't remember if there were two guys in that car or one. It was indisputable that guy was following us. That I was wrong. The way that played out at some point they were brazenly following us because Corey was going fast and they were going fast trying to keep up with us, So it's indisputable in that instance that we were being followed. Now, when he said for example, that guy behind us is following us, I naturally said the reasonable thing to say, which is, that's highly unlikely. There's no reason to follow us. Meh, 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 meh. Except Corey was right. He was following us. Now, granted, my conclusion at that point was, okay, this is a law enforcement thing. Corey had gotten arrested at some point previously for drugs and had done this sort of like, finish this program thing and you won't have anything on your record. And he did that, right? But this kind of targeted individual stuff began happening after he was done with all that process. And so or at least it seemed to me that it did. I don't have the timeline exactly right in my head, but so my conclusion was it was a law enforcement thing. And they were following us around because they were assuming we were going to go buy meth or something or sell it. Additionally, Corey had a lot of money and apparently, from an outsider's perspective, a lot of money and apparently, from an outsider's perspective, no job. And he looked like a complete fucking slob, as did I. We'd have like black marks on our clothes where we wiped meth pipes and stuff, you know. Of course, the reality was he was mostly working from home. He was a senior manager with Earthlink. So that's why he had money. It wasn't because he was selling drugs. You know? But I think it was probably a law enforcement thing. Undercover law enforcement. Regardless, and that makes the most explanation for him. Regardless, I also heard other things that I wouldn't expect law enforcement to do. I was at his house one night and it was like 3 a.m. or something. And we were up and he had gone inside and I was alone in the back room there tweaking out on something. And I heard what was clearly indisputably footsteps on the roof above my head moving across the house. They're definitely footsteps. I mean, and the thing is, you might say, well, Eric, you were on drugs. I am the same person on drugs as I am not on drugs. I am a skeptic by nature. I am not somebody who is prone to magical thinking. And so, you know, I went outside, scrambled around for a flashlight. It took me a while to find a flashlight. I went outside and I looked up on the roof and didn't see anything. Of course, you know, it's dark, and even if there was somebody still on the roof, as I'm going around, they could easily sort of move away from my light. Or they could have just hopped off the roof over the fence that's next to the roof next door and gone, you know. The implication here would be, of course, that if these people were going to fully pull this shit off, they'd have to take possession of a neighbor's house, basically. And there were lots of indications that that's exactly what happened with the neighbors on the right. They were neighbors that I'd seen all the time. There was no like, this house for sale, but all of a sudden they were gone, and different, like, average G-men looking guys lived there. Like, one in each of the 2 houses that comprise this duplex next door from them. And they did weird things. It's just like, okay, this isn't possible. That these people purchased this house, moved in it to spy on Corey. Like, why? Well, I mean, the only explanation is law enforcement concerns and thinking he's into something big, shady thing because they can't explain his ways and lifestyle in a way that's consistent with their understanding of the normal ways in which things happen. So anyway, are there targeted individuals? I would say when you listen, I watched a Vice special on targeted individuals the other night, and I saw 2 distinct kinds of people being interviewed. The kind that's clearly crazy, and the kind that's clearly not crazy, or if they are, it's just crazy about this one thing. The ones who are clearly not crazy, maybe something is going on. I don't have a firm position on it, but my SI experience with Corey is enough to for me to afford them a little bit more legitimacy in their claims than somebody else might. Why didn't you stop out and get out and confront them? That wasn't Corey's style. They weren't following me. I never had those experiences. And why weren't they following me? Well, to the extent that I was right about it being a law enforcement thing, it's because nobody has to ever wonder what's going on over there when it comes to Eric, because he's always busy telling you what's going on over here without hiding shit and being very brazen about everything. So, as a consequence, the cops understood who I was. Did it just end randomly? I mean, apparently it sort of petered out. It's like after we quit doing meth, we still hung out quite a bit, but not nearly as often. And then after I quit drinking, that marked the end of the relationship for years until recently. Now, since recently, Corey and I are actually hanging out again. Like, he just stopped by randomly the other day when I was streaming. That was nice. Thing is, I still have this great desire to do drugs with him, And the problem is, we like different drugs. So, he can't do mushrooms because it's bad for his kidney. He offered to do acid with me, but I'm like, nah, it's too hardcore. I don't trust acid. You put a little piece of paper in your mouth, and it could be, or it could be, that's just, I don't like that. I like to be able to control my dosage better. And then it's like, well, you want to do amps with me? And he's like, no, they always give me heart palpitations. Here, do DMT. Well, okay, yeah, but we haven't even done that together, and it's not really the kind of drug you do together, although you can. So, miggity meow, myogity mew. I mean, yeah, drugs will necessarily get boring, of course. The challenge for somebody who's full blast intuitive action type like me is to find a way to be happy, satisfied, comfortable, without too much of that kind of stimulation. Well, I mean, I don't. It depends what drugs you're talking about, Lauren Cuthbert. I think that the drug that should get boring to you first is alcohol. The drug that should get boring to you second is benzos. Benzos have an amnesic quality, same as alcohol, where you don't really remember what was going on. I guess a way you could strongly determine someone is following you in a car would be to drive around the same block again and again. If they kept following, it'd be too odd a coincidence. Well, the other way is to speed up and slow down too, right? So when we slowed way down, they didn't go and pass us. And when we sped way up, they sped up way up behind us, Benzos are boring. Her story is very credible. I think TI is real. Well, that's the thing. It's depending on which person who believes themselves to be a targeted individual you hear interviewed and talk with, they can be very convincing witnesses, and that's the thing. When we evaluate a witness, in other words, somebody who's making a claim based on things they've seen and experienced, we can tell whether there are lots of ways to tell whether somebody's a reliable witness or not. How much they check themselves, how broad are their claims they're making. What things are they saying that are factual, and what things are they saying that are interpretations, and can they tell the difference themselves? That's kind of like the key thing there regarding whether or not they deserve for you to afford them a lot of legitimacy in what they're saying. So, of course, skepticism's all well and good, but I'm curious about those people who express skepticism, as I said earlier, about UFOs by discounting pieces of substantial evidence of something unexplained as some sort of malfunction with the machine, or it's like, okay, if there's always going to be some special reason why every piece of evidence doesn't count, then you're not really being a skeptic, okay? You're just being anti UFOs. Weed's anxiety inducing for you? You're not alone in that regard. A lot of people are like that. I would suggest speed instead. Maybe Adderall. Nitrous oxide is nice. It's a short little wee kind of high. You know, like, yay! A little burst of dopamine or something. No, I don't think you have ADHD. You asked what drugs you should do if you're not going to drink alcohol. There's a lot of fun drugs to do. You know, you should do mushrooms. Mushrooms are great. Almost nobody doesn't love mushrooms. Unless you do way too many of them. I mean, that's always true, right? You got to manage dosage. Don't do too much of anything, because you won't have a good time. It won't be fun. It'll be too much. That's definitionally the case. I would go as far as to say you should actively avoid doing too much of something by erring on the side of doing too little. But I get it that sometimes you want to make sure you get a big pop. It took me a while to build up to full blast, trying to get full blast DMT breakthrough, because I don't want to be surprised by doing too much of something and then having to ride that out, whatever it is, either feeling physically sick or feeling like I don't like the impact of this drug on how my cognition is. Do I get flashback from shrooms? No. I don't believe in flashbacks. I think it's bullshit. This YouTube Twitch streamer did like 10 grams of mushrooms the first time. That's way too many. That's way too much mushrooms. I like to do about less than an eighth, you know. It depends how strong the mushrooms are, but between half an eighth and an eighth is what I want to do. Maybe 3/4 of an eighth. I mean, I would do it every week. If I could get mushrooms, I'd do them weekly. Like I said, you do about 3/4 of an eighth, for me anyway, and you trip beautifully. You have a wonderful experience. The last 5 or 6 hours, you laugh almost the whole time, and when you're done, you go, oh, I've been all stressing out and stuff and feeling dread, but why really? Why? So, okay, these things I was talking about before, about moon rocks, targeted individuals, UFOs, and skeptics, and so forth, these are representing what I would consider shifting paradigms regarding ambiguity. So, regarding, for example, UFOs, the skeptics both sides typically want to have the answer, one way or the other. And neither side is very comfortable with ambiguity. The skeptics in this case are learning that they're going to have to be a little bit more comfortable with ambiguity here, because it's no longer a rational response to say there's nothing here that needs an explanation. It's simply not the case that we have any reasonable explanation for some of the things that we've seen in terms of evidence of unidentified aerial phenomena. Now, it could be the case that every single one of them is a hoax and or a trick of light and or a problem with distance perspective. In other words, it looks like a flying saucer because you think it's far away, but really it's a frisbee or something like that, you know. And there's lots of ways that photography can fool us. I saw a picture the other day of what appears to be a giant dog leaping between two very small girls. But really, of course, the dog's very close to the camera and the girls are further back. So the point is, you could try to make the argument that for, let's just limit it to UFOs, that for all these unidentified aerial phenomena that people are recording on their phones, reporting with their words, and or the reports that we've seen released from the U.S. military, the Chilean military, and the Phoenix lights in the sky, and all that kind of stuff, right? It's being reasonable means applying some sort of Occam's razory thing to it, right? It seems less likely that every single one of these apparently unexplainable things, unless you use extraterrestrials, is in fact has a perfectly reasonable terrestrial explanation. To the extent that they do, it would have to be secret government tech, right? That exists because humans do, but nobody knows about it except for people in the top secret land, Regardless, I think that the world is going to have to become more comfortable with ambiguity. So our COVID response is a perfect example of low ambiguity tolerance. Everybody wanted a definitive answer on the thing before there was one. And everybody wanted to take action based on that definitive answer to the thing before there was one. So fundamentally, our COVID response was an appeal to ignorance. We don't know, so let's overreact. And that's to the extent that the society as a whole, and I'm part of that conversation here on YouTube, contributing these thoughts on the matter, to the extent that society as a whole learns from this experience that we need to have more ambiguity tolerance, and that the default in the case of ambiguity tolerance is to not take action. So, since we don't know, and it could be a number of different things, we don't take action on the assumption that it's the worst possible of those. That is reversion from human to animal, basically. It's entirely being driven by a FI, fear, harm prevention kind of a thing. And we're better than that. Especially when we're talking about public policy, those matters have no business coming into the equation. So, if you are the praying type and you want to pray for humanity to develop better ambiguity tolerance. In other words, pray for the skeptics to go, well, I no longer really have a firm position on this. I agree I don't know now because there's sufficient pieces of evidence that Occam's razor suggests more in favor of extraterrestrials than it does against. What's my position on UFOs? I have no idea, really. It's trippy. There does seem to be a broad opening up of society to the idea, and that's based on the fact that parties that heretofore have not acknowledged or shared any evidence they might possess regarding these matters have begun to acknowledge and share said evidence. So Harry Reid said the videos the Navy or the Pentagon released last year, whenever it was, are just the tip of the iceberg. I assume he has sufficient knowledge regarding the matters that we can take that at face value. There's a lot of other stuff out there. Not that I would use that as a warrant in an argument, but yeah. Eric, does smoking weed make you more SI conscious? Weed seems to put me squarely in NI world, and my INFJ bro says it makes him want to do things way more than usual. SC. It doesn't really do anything to me, frankly. It doesn't do much of anything. When it did, I would say, dampened down my NE a bit, such that I was less likely to bounce around different things and more likely, I was more likely to stay on one thing for more than 10 minutes, or settle into something and find it satisfying and comfortable rather than being restless with it. It reduced my restlessness intellectually or ideologically. Or not ideologically, but ideationally. It reduced my ideational restlessness. I guess to a certain extent it still does, When I get high, I'm more able to stay within a frame and not as impulsively frame jumpy. So you might say then, actually, that's consistent with your hypothesis. For me to describe my NE being dampened down would be the same thing as, I guess, increasing my SI. That instead of bouncing between ideas, I'm learning about one idea usually. So I'm mostly referring to it used to be I'd get up in the morning, and for a long time I got the newspaper or wherever I was living, and I'd get the newspaper out, I'd get my coffee out, and then I'd smoke some bowls, which would allow me to really enjoy reading the newspaper. And if I didn't, I'd feel like restless with the newspaper. It's like I hadn't settled into to actually enjoying the thing I'd set aside in my schedule to do. So it would be consistent with your hypothesis, I think, my answer. I can concur that with that Legends Fall. My SI feels worse when I smoke and my NE increases. Okay, well, yeah, Marge, I mean, that makes good sense then too, right? And I think when you hear people say, oh, smoking weed makes you more creative, maybe the people who say that have NE fourth. I don't know. In general, I don't think drugs impact your cognitive function, really. I think to the extent they do, they may impact like the agent object subject thing. So it like shifts me to being an object of NE more than a subject. Okay, now let's go on to why no more God arguments. Here's why I'm not going to get into any more fucking God arguments. It's as simple as this. My understanding of God is that it's something you have to have faith in. And my understanding of faith is that it's belief in the face of contrary evidence or in the absence of evidence. Obviously, also, my understanding of prove means that if something is proved, you don't have to have any faith in it because you're believing as a consequence of adequate supporting evidence. So, if somebody wants to prove the existence of God, it's a pointless argument for me to have because we're on different frames of reference to begin with. I think that God is something that means you have to have faith in it. But they think that having to have faith in God is a weakness they need to remedy. So there's never going to be any meaningful conversation going forward. No matter how much they try to prove God, my point would be, even if you totally succeed in proving God, then I'd have to pray to something else. Because then I wouldn't have to have faith in God. And that's, from my perspective, the implicit human relationship to the divine is faith. It's not conviction with good cause. Somebody might say to me, yeah, but Eric, I can prove God. And I'd say, well, please don't do so around me, because then that makes more work for me. I've got to figure out what to pray to next. You know? I don't want you to prove God around me, even if you could, because it just means means God quit and have to find a replacement for him. I gotta put an ad up on what's that site called? Indeed.com. God wanted. There must be inadequate evidence of your existence or proof to the contrary of your existence for you to qualify for this job. So that's the issue. And of course, people who think they can prove God, it's a silly idea, of course, because things that can be definitively proved are things that are mechanical necessities. Like, I might be able to prove Riemann's hypothesis, but to do so would be to show that mechanically, would be to show the mechanics that are necessary to create the phenomenon that we see, and to establish logically that those mechanics are necessary in every instance. Just like well, like whenever we talk about something that's valid but not sound, we're talking about something that legitimizes on mechanics only. If all pigs fly and I am a pig, then I fly, is valid on mechanics only, and it's not valid on semantics. In other words, when we look at the meanings of the words, it's not telling us things that are true, that is to say, that link to our experience at all. Well, the thing is, even if you were to prove God, you would only be doing so in a way that is mechanically valid and is always unsound. Because given that God is defined as both ineffable and that in which you must have faith rather than justified belief, your mechanical work isn't establishing anything about reality, just as if all pigs fly and I'm a pig, I fly doesn't establish anything about reality. It's just a statement about the universality of the mechanics. So God is a some person or Trinity. It's just a thing you must have faith in. Well, I mean, the thing is, in Countering Jack, I define God much more simply than that. I define God as the thing I pray to. If you were to ask me to articulate God, I would say, well, being that he's the thing I pray to necessitates that I exercise faith while praying. It doesn't necessitate that I retain some belief about God as an abstract concept or make certain arguments about God as an abstract concept, because I understand how all such arguments are always about if pigs fly. It's like, since they don't, it doesn't matter. So praying to God involves exercising faith. God is defined as the thing I pray to. Necessarily, therefore, God can't be proved to exist because it wouldn't involve an exercise of faith to believe it. It's just that simple. And for people who want to make it more complicated, who want to ask a bunch of questions about, well, what about this, what about this, they're missing the point, right? They're saying, yeah, but what if pigs did fly, though? I'm saying, but they never will. And since the antecedent to your conditional is always false, the value of the sentence as a whole is always true, and it never matters. Because the only kind of statements or sentences that can matter are those that can be falsified. Other such sentences and statements aren't expressing anything, argumentationally, you know? So, it's kind of my hope that this explanation of things, which is indisputably the correct explanation of things, will afford other intuitives like me a way to incorporate what's really a very powerful and useful, here's TE valid, right? Very powerful and useful thing to incorporate. Most of us who are rationalists think that we are in opposition to magical thinking. But to be a meta-rationalist is to recognize that it's possible to incorporate a magical thinking frame into your overarching metaframe in a way that empowers you to utilize more frames of reference without sacrificing any commitment to being rational or logical. In other words, I can pray to God without arguing in favor of his existence. It's TI valid, but it's informationally dead, is a better way to put it. So it's not that all relational identity stuff is TE necessarily. That's not the case. It is the case that the only thing we're communicating about there is the mechanics, and there's no information other than that we can take away from it. But that's always going to be the case anytime you have, after the if, a statement that's always false. So, you know, like, if I have a vagina on each cheekbone, then whatever. It doesn't matter what I say after that, because you'll never get to call me on it, right? You'll never say, okay, well, you said if you have two vaginas on each, if you have a vagina on each cheekbone, then you'd give me $100, so give me $100. If it were that, right? If I have two vaginas on my cheekbone, then I will give you $100. Then you'd understand very clearly why it doesn't matter. Because now I've linked it to now I've made it a TE thing. I've linked it to your direct utility, okay? I've said, if the following state of existence occurs at some point, if I wake up one morning and there they are, two lovely, clean-shaven, tight vaginas right here beneath each eye. And then I'd go, fuck, I better not let Legends Fall see me, because he's going to remember that I said if I have two vaginas, one under each eye, that I would give him $100. So the thing is, of course, if I said to you, hey, listen, Legends Fall, if you ever catch me saying the word melatonin and you call me on it, I will give you $100. Now that's something that you might actually think is worth remembering, because after all, if you can listen, if you're watching a stream and sometime I say that word, then based on that conditional I'd said, I'd have to give you $100. On the other hand, if I tell you a conditional in which the antecedent is always false, there's no point in remembering it, right? Because there's no chance that you're going to get $100. So the thing is, that's what I mean by it doesn't matter if the antecedent is false. And we can, when we make it TE, to make it TE, we have to link it to utility to a person. And so to make it TE, then we'd make it like a bet. Basically, I bet you I won't ever say melatonin, and if I do, I lose and you get $100. But if I don't say it for 6 months, then you have to give me $100. Well, that's turning conditionality into utility, right? That's the ultimate utilitarian expression of conditionality, is a bet. So that's why no more God arguments. Because everybody who wants to argue with me about God has completely missed what matters, skipped that part, what matters, and has instead pretended it doesn't and argued as if it didn't exist. Because what matters is if you prove it, it's not God, because God requires faith, remember? I don't have faith in the existence of this cigarette. I have good reason to believe this cigarette exists. Why? Because it's in my fingers, I can feel it, I can see it, I can light it, I can smoke it, I can experientially establish its existence. Anything could be adopted by TE as a goal, therefore we have to describe TE as just outcome-oriented, not motive-oriented. Well, okay, it's outcome-oriented, but that's why it's always linked with FI to some extent, right? If you care about the outcomes rather than the statuses, then you are using interest as part of your calculus. Like when I say, I don't care what the result is regarding abortion laws. I just want them to make sense. They need to either treat that thing as a piece of property, in which case the woman does have some property rights over it, including the destruction of it, but has to share those property rights with the man who helped create it, unless she got inseminated from a sperm bank and the males signed a I have no ownership over my sperms anymore piece of paper, okay? And so if you want to have abortion and you want to say that thing is property, then you should be advocating in favor of men having equal decision making over a fetus that was consensually created. Obviously, if it was non-consensually created, then the male has no property rights over it. And if it was created via artificial insemination, the man has no property rights over it, provided he signed away his rights to his sperm. Okay? And so then that's how you deal with that issue. Or you treat it as a rights issue, in which case abortion is not acceptable. You have to have one of those two positions. There's no other position you can have. You can't split the fucking difference. So be logical about it. Note, I don't care what the outcome is. I only care about whether you got there the right way, whether it makes sense, whether the statuses are good, whether they line up properly, right? So in that regard, I'm showing my lack of FI regarding this issue. It's not an issue that matters to me personally. On the other hand, if you were to talk about raising taxes on cigarettes, that would matter to me personally. I'd have a stake in the matter, and I couldn't fairly say I don't care what the actual outcome there is. I do have a stake in it, and that's why I'm arguing against this raising of cigarette taxes, but I'm still going to use arguments that don't link to my interests. I'm going to say it's not fair, it's wrong, it's unjust for these various reasons that don't link to the fact that it does harm to me. Which half of the baby does the father want? You can only abort half of that baby. You have to leave the other half in there until it comes out on its own, because I'm keeping it. Would be a good response for a male who doesn't want the female to abort a baby. I'm not sure if that's biblically accurate, so Christian doesn't seem like an accurate title for you then. I mean, again, you've missed the point, right? You skipped what matters, the point, and you're trying to argue as though it didn't happen. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is why I don't want to argue about God anymore. The point is, what? That the thing that you're praying to requires faith, not justified belief. So I'm definitely a Christian because I pray to Jesus Christ and to God and the Holy Spirit. That makes me a Christian. do I know of those entities because of the Bible? Yes. So in other words, Bible is the source material from which I gleaned that one might talk about these guys, God, Holy Spirit, and Jesus. There's absolutely no reason to think that that source material is the definitive answer regarding Christian matters. No reason whatsoever, and shit tons of reason to believe the contrary. In other words, there is no book of Jesus. There is no book of God. There's no book of Holy Spirit because individual human beings wrote the Bible. Okay? Now, I know for a fact, as I'm talking to individual human beings like you encountering Jack, or just about everybody else, that I'm way more correct about shit than they are. So why wouldn't that be the case with Mark as well? Why is Mark more correct about Christianity than me? He's not. He's definitely less correct about it. What about John? Also less correct than me. What about Paul? Also less correct than me. This is true for all of the books of the Bible. Since each book of the Bible was written by a dude, and none of those dudes had anywhere close to my toolbox, because it was way a long time ago, right? In terms of analysis and understanding. In other words, they were operating in a primitive philosophical environment in which they lacked the discursive tools to make all these distinctions. So you can't expect them to have done so. Naturally, I'm going to be better at that. So, in other words, if you want to have a Bible that's closer to expressing what Christianity should be, you'd ask me to write one. But remember, if you're trying to make definitive statements like, well, you can't call yourself a Christian if you don't cite the Bible in order to justify your arguments, you've missed the big picture, haven't you? This is a matter of faith, not argumentation. If you're making those kind of arguments about it, you don't understand. You just don't understand what that means. You keep trying to bring language parsing into the Magic Town. Magic Town doesn't do language parsing. If you keep trying to do language parsing about things in Magic Town, you will continually be pretending to argue about things. Okay, well, why does that make him a better interpreter of them? So, first of all, to the only extent to which I believe what's being expressed about Jesus are Jesus' words is the extent to which there are quotation marks around it. Then Jesus said, quote, meh, 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 quote. So those are the only kind of things in the Bible that you could actually attribute to Jesus. So everything else is some person's interpretation of it. I am smart enough that I can say, here are statements that are factual and non-interpretive, and here are statements that are interpretive, here are statements that include both, and here's what draws the distinction between interpretation and fact. So I'm not disputing the basic facts of the Bible, that namely, Jesus is the Son of God, that he positions forgiveness as the number one positive moral indication, and says uphold negative moral prohibitions. Anything else is irrelevant, right? Everything else is irrelevant to understanding. That's all you need to understand about God in order to pray to him and get guidance from him. It's not the case that anybody would say that they, by themselves, can independently determine what their moral positive indications are. There's nothing in the Bible that says clearly what to do. So, in other words, verse book doesn't say, and then you shall go volunteer at the animal hospital. That shall be your charity today. Those were all conditionals. Those bets, the antecedent to the conditional was false. If I were to bet, but I'm not betting. So those statements didn't matter. Except as they were illustrating the mechanics I was trying to explain. So, hopefully now, Encountering Jack, you get what I'm saying. That obviously, to the extent that we were going to draw from that fact, we'd draw things with as little interpretation as possible, and then we'd recognize and acknowledge that as modern humans, we are better able to interpret facts than people a super long time ago were. but yeah, you shouldn't feel the need to explain or justify your magical thinking frame because definitionally, it's not justified logically. It's a magical thinking frame. So it's like I keep running into people who want to say, "Yeah, but he can't throw the ball. He's not the one to whom the ball was handed off by the quarterback and he's past the line of scrimmage." And I keep saying, this is baseball. No such rule makes any sense in this context.
Facts.
Okay, so now let's go on to Squid Game World Trigger 3. These are TV topics, okay? A couple of TV topics. So Delilah's recommended to me a couple of times this Korean show called Squid Game. And Rachel and I started watching it the other night. I started the first episode. I started it one time. I got like 15 minutes in. And then I was just like, okay, this is kind of slow. I stopped it. Then I started it. I said, okay, well, I'll give it another chance. I resumed after 15 minutes. Got another 15 minutes into the first episode, about halfway through the first episode, and I stopped it. And then I called Delilah the other night because I was watching this show in which, like, it was basically like the Dead Children show. Like, all of the people in this show had their kids die, and it was about, like, it was a murder mystery / abduction mystery, but there was a lot of parents mourning dead children in it. So, it made me want to call Delilah after I watched it, because you know how that goes. So I called her, and she once again said, watch Squid Game. And I resumed it, and as soon as by the end of the first episode, I was hooked. And then I just burned through the rest of it. There's only like 6 or 8 episodes of it, first season. It looks like it is going to have a second season, but the first season is a complete arc. It could very well end after the first season, and you wouldn't feel unsatisfied. It sets you up for a sequel, kind of, but it's not. There's no cliffhanger. Okay.
I really liked the detective in it. She's a really great character.
Yeah.
I think her brother. Is it her brother?
No,
well, glasses.
That's the other investigator.
Okay, yeah. Then he's a really good character too.
He's a good actor too.
Yeah.
It's all really well acted. This thing we're talking about it was the Dead Children. I forget what it was called, but anyway, well acted across the board, and there's anyway, things like that where I see parents mourning the death of their children make me want to call Delilah, make sure she's okay, especially if it's been a while since I've heard from her. You would drop the monies and surrender it to me? If you're holding it, how are you surrendering it to yourself? I don't understand. Not all INFPs are gay. That's true. There are plenty of heterosexual INFPs out there.
Yeah.
William Shakespeare, however, was not one. I'm pretty convinced that William Shakespeare was an ENFP.
He does get typed as that sometimes.
I think he's an ENFP. No, I didn't fuck Shakespeare. But I'll tell you, if I hadn't been very firm in my nose, he might just have pushed me down and had his way with me.
Yeah.
I had to be extremely firm. No, Shakespeare, stop it. My anus is not for your poking. That would be evidence. Well, I would say, Lady Foxwolf, that his sonnet 20 is pretty solid evidence too. Okay. He's bemoaning in sonnet 20 the fact that this very pretty young man has a penis because he really wants to have sex with him. It's 9 episodes. Okay, thanks, Fiug Hug Kyuk. You enjoyed it, but you think it's a bit overrated, but still good. So, I don't know if it would stand up in a court of law, but I don't know why in a court of law we'd be trying to prove what sexual orientation someone is. So I guess that makes this fundamentally kind of a casual matter. We can go with preponderance of the evidence rather than proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a civil case. It's not. It's not a criminal case. Okay. Did me and Shakespeare grow up together? Let's see. So I saw through it before you even said anything, just by the name. But I don't know. Did everybody else see through this too?
I didn't.
Yeah. Yeah. That verifies it pretty well. There's this one party, or maybe one person, maybe two persons, who really like to attack me, and what one of their preferred attacks is to call me a geezer, which is a really interesting word in general. Geezer, I like the term.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens. I mean, it's fine. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. Jokes are fine. And jokes about my age are totally fine. But there is a particular party, like I said, who, I guess for lack of any other kind of obvious angles of attacks that consistently, which I find it an interesting attack because I guess it's supposed to like hurt my feelings or something, but I mean, I'm 50 years old and I'm aware of that. I know how old I am. So it's like, you're not going to surprise me by telling me I'm 50 years old. If you're going to call me a geezer, that would seem to imply that somehow I'm not fully functional, that I've lost some of my zip or something. That's just not the case. I'm still sort of elevating up to my maximal intellectual peak. I'm kind of there, but not everything's come all together yet, exactly. And I think that I have plenty of growth still ahead of me before I start to decline. I would like that growth to include number 11 on this more. Okay, so World Trigger 3. I was shocked and amazed and delighted to see this morning when I went to Crunchyroll, they have begun a third season of World Trigger. World Trigger is one of my favorites. There's another show that I'm really hoping they'll do a third season of, which is Fire Force. But if I couldn't get a third season of Fire Force to suddenly show up and surprise and delight me, this would be my second choice, is the third season of World Trigger. And I'm really excited. I watched the first episode already this morning. It was kind of a slow episode. It was just kind of like getting us back together with everybody, introducing the people who were part of that Takamono team that we hadn't seen in the first season because they were away the whole time. And so it was so nice to be back in that world and be like, okay, I totally remember all this. I think I watched the whole thing twice. I liked World Trigger a lot.
Would you watch it again?
I will absolutely watch it again with you. Well, Encountering Jack, if you're trying to make a big explanation, you've already missed the point. You're already past. It's like you're trying to surf, but you already missed the opportunity to have a surfboard and be on the ocean.
I consider myself an old geezer.
It doesn't work that way. So Encounter Jack, just remember, there really is. I've resolved the matter of God down to a very simple and correct argument, and it is the single best argument. And any other argument that doesn't first account for this will fail, which is God is a matter of faith. Therefore, trying to prove him or make definitive statements about relationships with God is fundamentally making a category error. And that's it. That's all there is to it. Okay. Checking my email. I put this down here because I thought maybe if I put it here, when I get to this one, I'll check my email and get that done. And then I'll feel like good because I've been responsible because I haven't checked my email in days. And I know there's one person whose typing session I failed to show up for because I didn't have it on my calendar because I booked it when I was in the car and I forgot to put it on my calendar when I got home. And so I fucked up. And I need to reschedule that and make sure that person's not, you know, just hating me or thinking I'm robbing them or something. I'm not sure if they paid yet or not. If they have and they want a refund, that's fine. But I need to deal with it one way or another. So I definitely need to check my email. But you know what? Long time sub. Never really caught you live much. Love your content though. Well, Brandon T, you are missing out. You have been missing out on some of the juiciest bits of the stew because live streams are where sparks fly. Fur flies, sparks fly, and birds fly. But I don't feel like checking my email still, so I'm not going to check it right this second, even though I should. All right, number 11, my learning to be cool. So, what I need to do in life in general, this is my general goal. I actually, for the first time in fucking ages, feel like I have a general goal. My general goal is to try to be more cool. What do I mean by trying to be more cool? I want it to be more difficult for other people to accuse me of being arrogant, condescending, ragey, and other negative FE shit. In other words, I want to play better FE defense, which may include playing more and better FE offense. I think heretofore, I've tried to play FE defense on the grounds that you won't win an FE fight with me directly because I'll win on TI grounds. But that's not a good way to have good FE. I need to be welcoming ideationally to everybody. Not like don't you try to fool me, Morridge. Don't you try to trick me into checking my email. Hey, I'm being defiant right now about my email. Don't you try to make me undefiant by telling me it'll make me cool. Oh, wait, no. Hey, Morridge, that's a great idea. I really like it. I'm not going to do it right now, but wow. You come up with some great ideas. I need to be like that more, and that's like the first response. It's a perfect example. I'm not naturally really like that, but I need to learn to be like that. So, you like how the potential topics list is very TE. It is a more TE-ish approach, but from my perspective, I see it as better NI because it means that I'm not just going to be rolling off of whatever people in the chat say. It'll be framed through these things, which will make every conversation chunk be more of an NI whole. It's a good TE way of doing that. It's good TE in terms of making myself do that without doing a whole lot of work. Because obviously, I don't want to have to do a whole lot of work before starting a live stream. The fact that I'm live streaming means that I want to talk about a bunch of different things. Is this in chronological order? Yeah, so far we've gone in order. If it were, it's like a table of contents. You can go backwards, and these are the topics we've covered. I could also use it to make chapters for it. I don't usually make chapters, and people don't usually watch old live streams, but I could make chapters for it. All I'd have to do is put timestamps wherever the topic change happened. So, okay, my learning to be cool, ultimately I see it as I need to make the people I'm talking to feel like they have more ownership over what I'm saying. And way too often, my approach is to insist that this is correct and that it's sort of a corrective rather than welcoming approach to the ideas, you know? Have I ever actually talked to somebody famous? Well, I mean, there's a couple people you might call famous that I talked to. Like, there was this rapper that I interviewed after a show who's sort of famous, and he was the opening act to a band called In the Valley Below, which is also sort of famous. Who else have I talked to that's sort of famous? Well, I've had two of the contestants from Naked and Afraid of Love comment on my videos about Naked and Afraid of Love.
Frank James is also.
Frank James has been a chatter in my live stream before. He gave me $20 one time. That was pretty nice. Well, we talked to any other famous people? Let me think. I saw Jerry bust in an elevator one time before he died. Briefly, I waved. I was like, and he waved back at me before they closed the door and proceeded on. And after telling me, the lady telling me, that's not your elevator. That you can't get on this elevator. Let's see, other famous people I've encountered. From a distance, I saw Prince Charles and Princess Diana as they what is that? Proceeded over? No. What's that word? Presided over the opening of Avon's Pavilions here in Arcadia.
It's pretty big, actually.
That's pretty famous, right? They came to Arcadia way back when, I don't know when they were, before any scandals between Prince Charles and Lady Diana.
Or what's her name?
Well, I mean, encountering Jack, you're just trying to push your faith back a level. In other words, now you have faith in people instead of God. You have faith in the people who wrote the Bible rather than in God. And that's why I'm skeptical about your understanding of Christianity. Because Christianity doesn't ask us to have faith in people, it asks us to have faith in God. Okay.
We met Mickey and Minnie last night.
Well, yeah, Mickey and Minnie were walking down the street. They were coming from a Halloween party.
Yeah.
I waved to them.
Ones too.
Yeah, totally legit.
Yeah, like it looked like the
official
costumes.
Disney property, Mickey and Minnie.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've spoken with countless quote-unquote regular people who, depending on how you define famous, may or may not be famous. The answer I used to give was, everybody I've talked to on this channel is a famous person, and there are plenty of well-known celebrities who aren't famous people because they've never been on my channel. Like, I don't know, George Clooney is a celebrity, but he's not a famous person because I've never talked to him. You met Jimmy Savile as a kid. Hopefully you weren't alone. Again, encountering Jack, you're just pushing your faith back a level to have faith in the men who wrote the Bible rather than in God himself. So you're not really, the same question applies, you're just pushing it back a level. You're saying, I have faith in Mark and John and Paul more than I have faith in Jesus or God. And that's fine. You can have faith in the book if you want, but don't pretend as though that's different than what I'm saying, you know? To think that if heaven actually exists, you could say you met Jesus and God. Well, I mean, you wouldn't be able to say it to anybody alive, right? Who would you be able to say it to? Other people who are dead and also have met them, I guess. Oh, you mean the people back in the day who were around Jesus? Well, I mean, Jesus' life essentially was just there to leave objects behind that are informative, right? It doesn't matter if you were right next to him or not. The idea of a person who is without sin is encapsulated in Jesus. And there are some certain specific things that we might glean as his indications. But if we mistake Mark's interpretation of something for a factual accounting, then we're not doing the intellectual work we need to before we start considering the question of God. So, in other words, again, you're not getting it, right? You're not getting it. So, I don't know what else to tell you. That's why no more arguments about God, because people who I'm arguing with God about it simply do not understand or are unable to reply or unwilling to reply to what I'm saying. The idea that that one person who prays to and believes in Jesus Christ can be more or less accurate about Christianity is like, here, let me demonstrate what missing the point looks like. All right, so no, Encountering Jack, we are not talking past each other. Let's be very clear about this. What I'm saying makes good, clear sense, and you're not understanding it or refusing to understand it. One of the two. That's what's happening. We are not talking past each other. If we were talking past each other, I'd be saying things within my frame of reference rather than despite my frame of reference. So my frame of reference would be indicative of this sort of TI parsing that you're doing as an operational value. And it would be about extroverted intuition and all the other possible things that might be except for Jesus Christ and all that kind of stuff. Instead, I'm such a capable thinker that I'm able to set aside my frame biases and say, here's the best explanation, regardless of frame bias. So you, to the extent that you understand and agree with that, then you're doing your job. To the extent that you don't, then you're not doing your job. What you're saying is something that somebody might say if they missed the initial point. Same thing for you, Brandon. Same fucking thing. If you're asking that question, is Jesus a real person or a metaphor archetype, you have missed point one. Point one, this is a matter of faith. Point two, all of my definitions respect that. My definition of God is that to which I pray. The only universal thing we can say about God is that he requires faith, not proof. And that's it. Okay, so let's move forward. Enough conversations about God. No more arguments about God. My learning to be cool has been discussed. Mushrooms. Number 12. Why can't I fucking find mushrooms anywhere? What is going on? I want mushrooms. I cannot get them anywhere. It's ridiculous. It's like the universe is conspiring. Is Jesus? Did I piss Jesus off with all these God arguments?
That's what I'm wondering.
And he's denying me mushrooms?
That's actually possible, you know?
It's possible.
It's the universe. Because, like, what else is it? What? I can't find, like, a logical... It's so magical that we're not getting these. Like, there's a blockage somewhere.
Yeah, there's a blockage in the universe's drug arteries.
Yeah.
Rachel, I wonder if you could see if is there any Uncrustables left?
Yeah.
Could you grab me one?
Sure.
And
one or two.
One is fine.
Okay. There's coffee, but no creamer.
Yeah, I know. We'll end this stream and we'll go get a couple of necessities after this, okay? But not right instantly.
I'm not in any rush.
All right, cool. Growing them is probably a good idea, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to do all that work and stuff. It sounds difficult. It's very TE. You know, you got to keep them in a dark place. You got them, yeah. You got them, yeah. And I hate that kind of shit. I mean, I haven't said anything that contradicts the Bible. I'm just pointing out that the Bible doesn't claim to be written by God. Even if Mark says it's the Word of God or John says it's the Word of God, they both acknowledge they are people saying that. So treat the book accordingly. So last night I took Gabba Gabba Hay, which is my street name for gabapentin, which is a drug that they prescribe for a variety of things. They prescribe it for restless leg syndrome. They prescribe it for bipolar. It's an anticonvulsive, so if you get seizures, they prescribe it for that. And it's prescribed off-label for insomnia.
So I have a question. There's someone wrote in the sky, PD, a heart, U. What could the PD stand for?
Whoever PD is standing somewhere saying, okay, look now. Okay?
I'm so glad I saw it. It was like, oh my gosh, it's so old school.
The point is, it's impossible for us to know who PD is because PD could only afford 4 sky letters.
No.
Okay, so he's standing somewhere with his girlfriend or whatever, and saying, don't look yet, don't look yet. Okay, look now.
Yes.
And she goes, oh, Peter didn't teach you he loves me.
Oh.
Maybe Peter didn't teach you, had that skywriting done to send a message to me, telling me how much he loves talking about famous people.
Maybe it is.
Could be.
I've always wanted to see a cloud in the shape of a heart, and honestly, I can check that off now because it was a heart cloud.
No, what I'm saying, Jack, is that there are differences between accountings of facts and accountings of interpretations. And the vast majority of the Bible is the latter. And human interpretations are static. They necessarily can't contain the truth. They can only sort of gesture towards it. Okay? If we were to go through the thing, we could specify which things qualify as accountings of facts, no matter how incredulous we may be about those facts, and which things count as accountings of interpretation. If it's the latter, then obviously it's open to interpretation. If it weren't open to interpretation, why would we have so many preachers and stuff telling you how to interpret it all the time? And if it weren't open to interpretation, why is there no consensus on what the correct interpretation is? And I don't know if 5 got timed out. What did it get timed out for?
Did I maybe do it by accident?
Legends Fall did it. Don't do that, Legends Fall. And a 5, and another 5, you did not deserve to get timed out. Shit happens though, so whatever.
We've all had the trigger pulled. We've all pulled the trigger quickly as moderators. It happens.
Alright. Gabba Gabba Hay was my last listed topic here. I don't really like gabapentin. I don't dislike it a lot either. I have kind of a very neutral feeling towards it. It does get you high in a way. Like, about 3.5 hours after I took it last night, it's really slow to kick in. I felt really weird when I went to bed. I was just like, what? Everything in my vision is kind of all like splotchy with this sort of like a not particularly like a low resolution video or something, kind of. 800 milligrams.
We're so pissy.
Hmm?
You were so like pissy.
Was that?
Yeah, like when me, you, and your dad all woke up at the same time, like for whatever reason. But like it,
I remember.
yeah.
You were, it sounded to me like opening some drawer in the master bedroom.
Oh no.
So I was sitting on the toilet and I said, Rachel, what are you doing? And she didn't answer my question to my satisfaction.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was pretty pissy. And you were feeling pretty pissy too?
Well, maybe I was like, that's probably whatever drug that was.
I mean, at first I was just curious, sort of like what are you doing? It's completely dark in there. Like, basically, like,
Your dad's been making amazing iced tea, and like I woke up craving it, and but your dad happened to be up at the same time too, so I was like, I'm gonna let him do his thing, and then I'll get my iced tea later. But you were up also, so I startled you.
I mean, yeah. The statement, nobody cares about Jesus, it's just another way of saying, I'm bored when you talk about Jesus.
Yeah. Yep.
Maybe I should erase them all and just write Jesus. That's my topic.
Yeah, right?
The thing is, I don't really ever talk about God, Jesus, or whatever on the contention level. I only ever talk about it on the framework level. So people keep wanting to drag it down to the contention level. Oh, if we're both Christians, let's argue about what that means. No. Let's not.
I don't know if people be bored if Jesus was really rich. Like for some reason in my mind, he wouldn't be as boring.
I mean, I don't think licorice is that exciting. If he were black licorice,
Oh, he'd be like not.
I mean, I just wouldn't really be that down. If he were red licorice,
Yeah, but don't you think the packaging they would try to like sell him as like, you know, like I feel like this attractive young man with long hair.
do we have any reason to believe Jesus might have been gay?
Well, they do try to sell Mary Magdalene as his piece.
His piece? What does that mean? Like his Sancho or what? Or
Yeah.
his side action?
His side action, yeah.
Wasn't she a prostitute?
She's a prostitute. That's why he accepts all.
Because he likes to have sex with prostitutes?
Right, I don't even know.
Obviously, he must not have had sex with her because if he had had sex with her, then there'd be a lot more like, all of a sudden, it would have gone from I accept everybody to, you better stop looking at other men, you whore.
Yeah.
And you see a lot more of that in the Bible.
That's a really good point.
Yeah. So he must have just accepted her without humping her.
No, Barry Magdalene.
Barry Magdalene is a great name for like a band or something.
That really is.
Hi, I'm Barry Magdalene, and welcome to my show tonight. We're singing some numbers. Jesus is very unlikely to be gay, mainly because gays often look down upon for some reason. Well, whether or not he's often looked down upon has very little to do with whether he was, right? I mean, there were still gay people when nobody could be openly gay. Back in the days when being gay would get you put into a mental hospital or punished as a crime or something. I guess it's homosexuality. I'll add some more topics. Fine. Let's see here.
What we were at?
We
mushrooms.
finished. Yeah, we finished. No, I did Gabba Gabba Hey, which is the gabapentin thing.
Oh.
Why is this showing as a see-through like that?
I'll never not look at that. I'll never not look at Gabba Gabba and not think Yo Gabba Gabba.
Oh, and I won't ever see Gabba Gabba and not think Gabba Gabba Hey, which is a Ramones thing. I don't know about Yo Gabba Gabba. I think
Yo
that's
Gabba Gabba
a
was
kids
kind of-
show
yeah.
that was sort of after my
Day
daughter's
Dance.
time, I guess.
Yeah.
After my daughter's time, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Topic 14, meth. Okay, we talk about meth. 15.
What is Matt?
Who said meth? Somebody in the chat wanted to make 14 meth. Does anybody want to add a topic here? Anybody want to add a topic?
Autumnal kitty.
Was Jesus gay? We'll add that topic.
Okay.
Because there's a definitive answer.
Questions, don't you?
There is a definitive answer to it. It's just not.
okay.
It's just not a satisfying answer, which is, it's impossible to tell.
We have it's 16 Thanksgiving in Canada. It's Canada's Thanksgiving today.
Thanksgiving in Canada? Who said they could have our holiday?
I don't know. What
What's
is
up with that?
Thanksgiving in Canada?
They have nothing to give thanks for. They're Canadians. Okay. Any other topics? Oh, Jordan Peterson is suggested as a topic. Jordan Peterson. Okay. Jordan Peterson is suggested as a topic. Fine. Let's also then add this topic. What the right approach looks like from a couple diff perspectives. Which is something I want to talk about that links sort of to this Jordan Peterson question. Alright. Any other topics? Anybody have more topics in mind for me? Let's see. INFJs is a topic. Okay.
My cousin is in San Diego for 2 months. Is it worth it to hit her up?
San Diego cousin, which we will segue into family stuff that Eric fucked up. Okay. Suspicious conversations. I like that as a topic a lot. I don't know what that means. We'll have to dig into it a bit. Suspicious conversations. Georgia Guidestones? I don't know what that is, but I could make something up. Georgia Guidestones. I could Google it too, of course. Okay.
What?
Porridge.
Ooh.
Porridge is a good topic, sure. Everybody loves a good, robust discussion on porridge. Alright, let's proceed down our list of topics. You can see what you have ahead of you. We're currently on number 14. And I will move it down so you get rid of the one that... Alright, we'll do JFK assassination. I'll add it here as well. 24 JFK assassination. Assassination? Yes. That's a procedure involving 2 different asses. Okay, now let's go down the list. Meth. as a topic, it's kind of an interesting topic because it represents, in my mind, the spot at which people have to make a real decision. It's like there's some drugs that you can't really get into successfully. And meth is definitely one of those. It's possible, conceivably, to do it and not get into it. So it's like, it's conceivable that somebody might do it on one occasion, then do it again, maybe 6 months later. It's possible. But it's not possible that do it on a regular basis and not basically lose your shit. It's like, it's too powerful, and apparently it's even more powerful now than it was back in the day when I was doing it. So it's just you're committing so much of your time, energy, and soul to this experience that you have to be prepared to invest a few days, even if you only have a little bit of it, and then a few days after that to recover. So it's like, choosing to do it is like, you need to have like a solid week to work with, or else, you're probably not gonna. You could go to work, but and maybe you do a great job at work, or maybe not, depending on how tweaked out you are.
So like, that was like Delilah. I just think of Delilah saying two things. That's not that much to ask.
What were the two things?
Alcohol and meth.
Oh yeah.
And I was like,
Delilah
in my head,
has.
I was like, I'm not promising you the.
Sure, but it's like that's what I said to her. She was like, "Listen, Dad, I only ask two things of you: don't drink and don't do math." And I'm like, "Well, I no promises on number two."
Yeah, you said it. Yeah.
I mean, it's not like I'm seeking to do it, not like I'm looking for it, but I can conceptualize situations where I wouldn't turn it down.
Yeah.
In contrast, not the case with alcohol. So, that's my story about that. And let's look next at the question, was Jesus gay? So, my answer is, it's impossible to tell. As far as I know, there's not really any verses in the Bible that are as clear cut as Shakespeare's sonnet number 20 regarding Jesus's proclivities in that area.
No, it's really just Mary Magdalene. But they say that they didn't have, she was just a prostitute that, I don't know, was probably in love with him. I don't know.
I know it got him to be the leader of the most powerful country in the world at the time. It's amazing. As long as we just stop right there, we're fine. Hitler was a vegan? Was Hitler really a vegan? I don't think so. I don't think he was.
Someone said he was a vegetarian. I guess he would be a vegetarian.
But look, we're not talking about. I don't see Hitler's dietary habits. Yeah, there's no Hitler's dietary habits here.
Peterson, exactly. We're on Jordan Peterson.
All right, enough about Jesus is gay. There's no way to know what his sexual orientation was because they don't really go into it, as far as I know, in the Bible. Okay, Thanksgiving in Canada. Canada, you can't have Thanksgiving.
First of all, is it actually Thanksgiving in Canada? I saw it on Instagram, so that's why I'm wondering. And two, what are you thankful for? Like, what Thanksgiving, like,
Look, we need to remember something. Thanksgiving is about giving the Native Americans an opportunity to thank us for civilizing them. Right? Isn't that what it's about? I thought so. Right? The Indians are supposed to come to your house and give you maize and say thank you.
That's what ours is about.
I'm always disappointed.
So,
I'm like, where are the Native Americans with the corn?
And,
they never bring me any.
Is it, does it have something to do with beavers?
Well, I think what it is they only do that on the East Coast near Plymouth, in the Plymouth area, probably.
Ah.
The Indians around there probably keep up the tradition, and supposedly that's supposed to count for everybody.
Oh, they definitely do. Oh,
Um,
and that counts for everything.
I have lots to give thanks for, including the fact that I don't have to hunt bison and live in a teepee.
I'm thankful for that as well.
I bet you everybody who lives in a house is thankful for that, so maybe the Native Americans should stop complaining so much. It wasn't that bad. I mean, it's like, for those of you who survived anyway, it wasn't that bad.
So it is. I don't feel like Googling it.
Yeah, she doesn't feel like Googling it.
I'm asking you.
What are you asking me? What are you asking?
About Thanksgiving in Canada. Like,
Oh, I
is
don't
it
know.
actually today? And like, what is?
Is somebody shitting her on Instagram? Was she being caught being gullible here, or is there actually Thanksgiving in Canada?
I think it really is because I said Happy Thanksgiving. She said Happy Thanksgiving back. It's this makeup artist that I follow. Hi, Peter.
She could be a trickster. I don't know.
Oh, it looks pretty autumnal. Like she was.
Maybe Canadian Thanksgiving is different than American Thanksgiving.
No, it's literally say okay.
But maybe it's
so
a different
say,
holiday. Maybe it has the
let's
same
go.
name, but it's got different substance to it.
Yeah, I want to know what the substance is to Thanksgiving in Canada. That's what my question is.
Okay, so how does it differ from American Thanksgiving? Do they have turkey and stuffing and stuff? Do they watch football on TV? There's not even any football on today. Oh yeah, there is. It's Sunday.
Do Canadians watch football?
Why would you have... Oh, it's always on the 11th. It just happens to be Sunday this year. Okay, you guys do it wrong. Canadians do it wrong. It's supposed to... You pick the day and the date moves. Don't pick the date and have the day move. Thanksgiving's on a Thursday, okay? Everybody knows that. Boy, it's like Canada didn't even check with America first before making their own Thanksgiving.
I'm getting a little bit of that.
We've been experts at this holiday for years and years and years. What, do you guys just decide all of a sudden to have your own Thanksgiving? Without even consulting us? We trademarked that holiday. That's an American trademark.
There's the whole Thanksgiving Day parade. That's a huge thing in America.
And in fact, I don't think anybody should be able to give thanks in any occasion without paying royalties to Americans.
And also Santa, because at the end of Thanksgiving Day parade in America, it ends, the Thanksgiving Day parade ends with Santa Claus. Every single year. So you can thank us for that as well.
The other thing is, you need Native Americans to have a Thanksgiving. You guys just have Native Canadians. You're missing the key component to having Thanksgiving. Who's going to bring you maize?
Do you get beaver pelts instead?
I don't know. It's like you think about that Thanksgiving dinner. What did the Pilgrims do? The Pilgrims brought a turkey, stuffing, cranberry sauce, mashed potatoes, gravy, wine, a centerpiece with like one of those scoopy things with all the shit pouring out, a cornucopia, you know? What did the Native Americans bring? Corn. I mean, okay, good. We have corn now too. But who did the bulk of the work there? Clearly it was the Pilgrims. And you know what? Not only did the Indians only bring corn, but they didn't even call it by the right name. They said it was maize. Nobody understood them for a while. It was a big miscommunication. People tried to find a maize to complete, and finally it was worked out. They were just misnaming the corn. So yeah, I mean, seems to me it makes most sense for Thanksgiving to be about Native Americans giving thanks to English settlers in the 1500s.
So or like Canadians so nice they're like, you know what? I want to thank us for
Canada, listen. Using the word America is a privilege that we're extending to you. You know what? Because at any moment we may change both you and Mexico into your own continents. All right? You might lose the word America entirely if we don't think you're using it properly. And trying to take over our Thanksgiving without even notifying us is a perfect example of why maybe you need to lose membership in the North America Club. You can just be Canada, and that's it. You don't even have a continent anymore. Is that what you want? Because I'm going to take away your continent if you're not careful. It will be if they don't stop abusing the fact that they're North Americans to pretend like they're real Americans. I'm going to freaking put you in Asia if you're not careful. Do you want to be in Asia? I will stop the car right now and put Canada in Asia. All right, that's what I thought. Canada. Boy, next thing you know, what would you do if we had, like maple syrup day down here? You'd be like, you guys don't have any reason to have maple syrup day. What if we had like National Dumbass Winter Sport Day and we did like curling and dog sledding and shit? You'd be like, why are you doing that? We're the dumbass winter sports people. Legends Fall all by himself increases the amount of assholiness of Canada by a full 3%. That's the power of the ESTP.
Yeah.
No. That's secular. That's secularized Halloween is Harvest Festival. Okay. Thanksgiving is all about the continuing obligation of thanks that Native Americans bear to non-Native Americans. Now, me being fluidly transracial, whether or not I have to get or give thanks is going to have to find out on Thanksgiving Day. If I turn out to be like an Englishman, then I'll have to receive thanks. If I turn out to be a Native American, I'll have to give thanks. Anything else, I just get to eat the food.
I have to improv that day usually. Because I have to adjust to what kind of Thanksgiving I'm going to be having, depending on. It's always fun.
Yeah, it's fun no matter what, because no matter whose Thanksgiving you're having, there's always football. It's usually the Lions and the Cowboys. It's historically that. No, the Cowboys and the Redskins? I'm sorry, the Washington football team?
Oh my gosh.
Is it that one? Any question, reasons to invade Canada, because we're bitter that they have the gall to celebrate Thanksgiving, is an excellent reason to invade Canada. I mean, they asked for it when they tried to co-opt our holiday. All right, let's go on to the next topic.
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson's obviously a very interesting phenomenon, and his power was created by the fact that his university was being ridiculous. He worked for a university that wanted the default rule to be, you have to use somebody else's preferred pronouns if they express that to you. And of course, that affords each person way too much authority over your discursive space, and should never even be considered to be possible. It's coerced speech, So obviously the university's in the wrong there, and he stands his ground. And And there are a variety of videos of him standing his ground. And there are a lot of people who, for a variety of reasons, find that notion offensive. The idea that you should have to use someone else's preferred pronouns. And then there are a lot of other people out there who find it offensive that you wouldn't be willing to do so. Oh, it was the government of Canada that did that? Okay. I thought it was his university's policy, but maybe it was the government policies. Obviously, he opposed those terrible and unenforceable laws and the kind of things that occur when you don't have a First Amendment protecting you. The First Amendment has proved to be America's saving grace, even as the nation has shaved away other protected rights. It really hasn't with the right to free speech. And so in that regard, Americans aren't subject to the idiocies of the moment like that, right? But see, regardless of what happened with him speaking to the government, there were a lot of videos of him engaging with college students about this matter at the university where he worked. And those are the videos that really made him famous. Because in those videos, and also he had skin in the game. Like they were threatening to get him to fire him, right? So, but it was those videos of him heroically standing up and presenting what makes sense against what's stupid. Despite the fact there were a lot of people there yelling the stupid part and just him defending what makes sense. Now, he won a lot of those exchanges, at least the ones that got popular on the internet. So he became a bit of a hero to a large number of people who felt similarly about the issue but weren't able to voice or be heard regarding the issue. Okay, I stand corrected regarding some of the details here then, Evelyn. But my point was that he has some skin in the game, which is to say he's subject to sort of threats of punishment of some sort if he doesn't comply with a bad rule. And there are videos of him arguing the correct position alone against a bunch of other people arguing the opposite position. So those videos engage people very strongly emotionally because theretofore those people really hadn't felt heard, There's nobody conveying these competing perspectives that is afforded legitimacy, it seems like, in a lot of what you would call maybe mainstream media. I mean, I don't really like that term, but for lack of a better term at the moment. Well, Fieko Kyuk says Peterson's frame is a construct he was promoted by YouTube. I mean, the YouTube algorithm liked him, right? Is a better way to say that. Yeah. So, and there was a reason for that. Because whoever was putting up these videos was doing a good job of editing them down to consumable length chunks. And additionally, the topic had a genuine interestingness as a sort of now and trending topic that in which those perspectives hadn't really had their turn at the lectern, So as a consequence, there was lots of reason for him to garner a lot of momentum. Once he started garnering that momentum, then his various lectures and stuff became popular to view as well. And at that point, he sort of took on this mantle of the voice of a group. And since then, he's kind of alternately carried it well or carried it poorly. You know what I'm saying? Is the group he purports to represent a good group? Well, no, it's a group. Is his attempt to sidestep groupism by talking about ideologies as independent of people? a successful evasion of groupism? No, he's just not quite as brazen in his expression of it. So it's like there's no doubt that he's talking about a whole group of people when he says postmodernists that represent basically this identitarian frame, the individual first ahead of what makes sense on a variety of different grounds. Well, Fiyoka Kyuk, the fact that you asked that question there means you're ignoring all of the context I just said that I just explained. There's a certain moment in time. There are certain factors that were key factors, right? And some of those facts that we might say are related to the moment in time was there was a large audience of people who wanted to express and or hear good answers to this bullshit, and they needed somebody who had both a certain amount of legitimacy, he's a professor or whatever, but also skin in the game. So in other words, it's the perfect storm of things to create an NI whole that made Jordan Peterson the phenomenon he is. And that's the answer to your question. Those other factors aren't in place for various other philosophers worth listening to, including myself. You might say, Eric, I mean, if everything were completely a meritocracy and those other kind of factors didn't play a role, then in my opinion, I'd have a lot more people here listening and watching. But it's like there's always a challenge because let's say I were lecturing on how to solve this kind of logarithmic equation in this particular context, and it took me 30 minutes to explain it. Okay, well, you both ignored it and don't believe it. You did not respond to it, so that's ignoring it, regardless of whether you don't believe it. You'd have to say, before your question there, given that I don't accept your explanations of a perfect storm of moment in history plus factors related to the individual, etc., given that I don't agree with that, then what's your explanation, Eric? And I would have said, well, I don't have another explanation. That's the explanation I'm providing today. Okay, so, yeah, there were plenty of recordings of him. He's a pretty dynamic speaker, and most importantly, he's a speaker who gives a lot of definitive answers. He doesn't ask much ambiguity tolerance of his audience, and that, I think, is an important factor in popularity. If you're talking to me, or you're listening to my explanations of things, it requires a lot more ambiguity tolerance because it's much more perspective based. In other words, I respect the need to provide both a conceptual identity and a relational identity of things. I have to be able to both describe an identity in words and provide examples, which is why ENTP is uniquely well qualified to do this, because 4-5 is your most equal relationship between two things, you know? So why is he popular? He gives definitive answers about questions that often are juicy. So it seems to me that Jordan Peterson has some insecurities about women, basically. And so when he talks about that topic, he gives authority and legitimacy to other males who are insecure about women but haven't come to terms with that. So, I mean, to come to terms with it means to no longer be insecure about women, I guess. But not really. Like, I was insecure about women for a long time in my 20s or whatever. I went years without ever touching a girl. And And yet I'd come to terms with it. In other words, I had a solution that didn't project my problem onto somebody else. So a lot of people who are insecure about women in their 20s will not have women in their life. Instead, I said, I'm insecure about women, so I will just be loyal to this asexual frame where I'm not presenting myself in any way sexually so that I can have women around me still, right? So that would be a way of coming to terms with your insecurity. It's a solution that doesn't blame somebody else, at least. My explanation for why I was insecure is because I was ugly and not especially masculine, and why would any woman like me? And so, you know, it was a reality implicit to being me that women didn't like me. So anyway, if you had a different kind of perspective, and I followed that up not with woe is me, but so I still want to have fun and be happy and enjoy things and have a good life. So I'm not going to. And now that I know that, I can just move forward accordingly or whatever, right?
I wanted to get plastic surgery on my nose when I was like 16 for the longest time.
Just naming the truth about something doesn't necessarily mean you're insecure about it. If you say someone is stealing your bike, doesn't mean you're insecure about your bike being stolen. Well, those matters about your attractiveness to women are not matters of fact, like whether someone's stealing your bike. In other words, what you believe about your attractiveness to women will impact, actually quite dramatically, your actual attractiveness to women. So it's so much whereas your belief and whether your bike is being stolen are unrelated, right? Well, the thing is, Fyuk gets to the gist of it here. After hooking into this first topic of forced pronoun usage, of which, it's like being on the correct side of that question seems to me extraordinarily easy. And explaining exactly why that position is correct is a little harder. He didn't do a bad job in his explanations, but he was nevertheless sort of wrong in that there's one correct explanation as to why it's not morally or shouldn't be legally acceptable to compel somebody to use your pronouns, right? I've explained it before, I don't want to go into it now. But he didn't use that argument. He used some other arguments that were basically more utility based. They're not terrible arguments, but they, in my mind, don't really win the point definitively, right? So after that, he discovered that the same people who were big on this issue, well, they aligned with a lot of other kinds of issues. That, in fact, this was sort of a conservative position. Now, for somebody like me who's neither conservative nor liberal nor any other kind of group, I'm a correctist. You can't assume that because I affirm yeah that I'm going to also affirm yeah because I address each issue on its own merits, or each prospective action taken on its own merits. We spend a ton of time talking politics without ever talking policy, and that's one of the biggest mistakes we can possibly make. And it comprises almost all of our political discourse. So almost all of our political discourse is not about policy. It's about political matters. Like, what's your stance on abortion is a political question. How do you think somebody should vote on Bill Mia is a policy question. So is, if we were going to write federal legislation on abortion, how ought that legislation look? Would be a policy question. But people don't ever frame things in terms of policy questions. They pretend that politics, you can talk about it only in terms of its conceptual identities and not actually linked to any relational identities. And that's why people are so fucking stupid about politics. Because when you do that, then of course it's very natural for you to adopt the conceptual identity of a member of a certain group and simply collapse the complexity of dealing with each issue on its own merits into a good guys, bad guys thing. You know, this is Trump supports it, I hate it. If Biden supports it, I hate it. You know, it's like, okay. Obviously, when our leaders aren't capable of demonstrating the thing that I'm saying we should all do, it's understandable that people don't understand what to do, right? It's like the president's number one job, in my mind, is to both demonstrate and utilize and maximally attain political discourse with the bully pulpit. The president doesn't really do things, right? He signs his name on things. He makes speeches. He makes decisions. He doesn't really do anything. So, no matter what happens between a president and the country, it's happening via language. So, whoever the president is should be the master of language and have clear moral directionality so that you can understand they will use language to the best of their ability in ways that don't violate negative prohibitions and that uphold genuine positive moral indications while respecting that first rule foremost. And that's one to grow on. So Jordan Peterson is wrong about a lot of things. Most of all, what he's wrong about is he keeps trying to advocate a given frame and or given contention level stuff, and he's never really wrestled with his metaframe. Like, what is his metaframe? He doesn't have one, and you can see him struggling in its absence, which is to say he doesn't understand himself. You never hear Jordan Peterson talk about why Jordan Peterson is the way he is. He doesn't explain, it's like he's standing up there, the guy with all the answers, right? And telling you what all the answers are, and always operating from that, in that relationship, just like I almost am always operating in that relationship too, right? Where I'm the guy up here telling you things, explaining how things are, and you're supposed to be the people listening and learning things from my wisdom, right? So in that regard, Jordan Peterson and I generally operate in that kind of relationship. Now, I have a lot other diverse relationships than that. I have a lot more diversity in my relationships than Jordan Peterson does. A lot of times I'll just be joking around with people here, or just answering questions about whatever, or telling anecdotes about my own life or something. But regardless, I present and make available to everybody the metaframe that allows you to position me as an individual relationally to you in a way that's fundamentally equal, regardless of your type, because whatever else I am, I'm an example of an ENTP. And I'm the way I am for certain reasons. And that's the beginning of the explanation before we get to the contention level explanations. So, in other words, if I'm saying certain things about the nature of reality or God or whatever, you know that you have available there for you in the file all the backstory too. In other words, to fully understand my words, need to be able to be contextualized under a single frame that all words can be contextualized under, such that we can understand them through the varying perspectives upon which words are understood. Something I might say is wrong or right, somebody else might say is not a matter of correctness because of the following reasons. somebody else might say is always wrong, never right. Somebody else might say, it's like they're varying perspectives on a given statement, and the nature of the statement and the nature of the commentary will be revelatory about the varying possible perspectives that one might have on a given matter. Since Jordan Peterson's not framed all of that correctly, instead he's operating through a projected TE frame, he's continually struggling to know what he is, who he is, and what he's supposed to be doing. And you can see this in this one interview where he says, it's like, I realize I have a lot of power. I've got like an army. I could say, go trash that place, and then they would. It's like, it shows you that he's not done the meta framework. He's still operating under this TE frame of reference, and he's bought into a bit of his own hype in a way that's not good or correct, So we all have a responsibility, no matter how correct we are, to remind the people we're talking to that I have a responsibility to explain something meaningfully. That you can, that your relationship with me is to use me and toss me aside, and that's how it's supposed to be. So it's like, if I'm explaining something and you're not understanding it, then I've done a bad job of explaining it, or you're trying not to understand it. If you're objecting to the fact that I'm the one explaining and you're the one understanding, then you're objecting to the fact that I'm a YouTuber who live streams. I mean, that's the nature of live streaming, right? It's like one person is talking and the other people may be talking to each other in the chat, they may be talking to me in the chat or whatever, but it's fundamentally one guy holding court and a bunch of other people hopefully hanging around and enjoying the process. So Jordan Peterson would benefit from remembering he's just another guy, and his distinction is in this relational moment, not implicit to him. I think he's forgotten that. .00001 of people that this is his chosen hate group has a hidden hand that they're really doing the evil. Jordan Peterson is not the head of any kind of a hate group. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. He's angry. You can see he's angry, And it's understandable for people to be angry. There's plenty of things to be angry about. Let's go now. What the right approach looks like from a couple different perspectives. So it's like, let's say you're gonna talk about what's the right approach to answering those compelled pronoun usage things. Well, the right approach is almost certainly going to point out that we share a respect for the ownership of each individual of their own perspectives. So because I respect your right to self-identify as whatever gender you want, means I respect your perceptions of yourself and of the world. So in other words, I respect that you understand a woman to mean something specific and that you choose to self-identify as such. Now, similarly, I have my perspectives about the world and myself. So in the same vein that you need to respect, I need to respect your ownership of your own perspectives. That disallows you from claiming ownership over my perspectives. So I self-identify as someone who uses pronouns that honestly reflect how he views somebody. In other words, if I see somebody and I think of them as a male, and then they go through a transition, I'll still think of them as a male. My perspective on their gender won't change. So I'm not going to call them by their preferred pronouns because that would be lying. I know that you're not trying to tell me, nobody is, that I should be compelled to lie to you because you're not a child. You can handle the truth, right? So since now we've established that making me use my pronouns the way you want me to comprises compelled lying, and that it would invalidate the need for me to respect your ownership over your own perspectives if we were to accept this as a consequence of your ownership of your own perspectives. Therefore, we can't embrace this notion. And that's the best answer to the question, okay? And there are other good answers, but that's the best answer. Ideally, when presented with something like that, and if you're going to be the voice of the response to it, no, I think the rational typology video, from what I understand, I haven't watched it obviously, but is another cut of the same conversation we already had, and I guess they wanted to re-comment on it or something. So I did say earlier here, there's an invitation. It sounds like they'd really like to talk to me again since they're recycling the same material. If they'd like to have another conversation, they can come on the live stream right now. I can open up the autonomy room. I said it earlier. I haven't said it much since. So if they missed the announcement, I get it. If anybody knows and wants to pass the announcement on to them, that'd be fine. It's still open if they want to come on right now and join me in autonomy and have a conversation. We can do it on the live stream. But no, I'm not going to bother to watch it or respond to it, obviously. I'm sure it's just complete garbage. I mean, if somebody were to tell me something other than, somebody referred to it as something other than a smear video, I might be intrigued enough to watch it, but I've never heard anybody tell me anything about the videos that they make except that they're unfair attacks on me, so. Okay, so that's the right approach, looks like, from different perspectives. I'm not sure if I really finished that, but whatever. INFJs. So, I want to talk about something that Corey does to me, that Jeff Shaw does, that I've had plenty of other INFJs exemplify instances of, which is they project onto me that being a knower is the most authentic way to engage intellectually with something. So basically, for Corey, that plays out as, Eric, you're not looking enough at other intellectuals. For Jeff Shaw, it plays out as, I know a bigger picture than you, Eric, and enigmatically you need to understand what I know. Like MJ one time said, don't you feel dumb doing drugs on stream? That was her projecting this knower first approach onto me. The thing is, I'm never going to be a better knower than a knower. So I'm never going to be a better INFJ than an INFJ. Which means I'm not going to have the same relationship to other thinkers as an INFJ would. An INFJ is a great blessing to ideators because there aren't a lot of people out there who are interested in hearing something like I'm interested in explaining. I want to explain how human personality works in a way that makes good sense, is consistent, allows us a meaningful way to type people, etc., 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 and also informs us about how people are different and why and all that kind of stuff. But there aren't really a lot of people who are that interested in somewhat complicated maps. INFJs are. They're accustomed to receiving information along those lines, and making determinations about it. So Corey would say to me, he like for example, he really wants me to watch, and I will watch at some point. This guy, Curtis Myar on Tucker Carlson. I forget the guy's last name, but he really wants me to watch this video called Curtis blah 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 on Tucker Carlson, and informs me that the guy's a genius. Now, another way of sort of innocently projecting this frame is to assume that, like him, I will appreciate it. I mean, he's not talking about Tucker Carlson. He's saying, listen to this Curtis Meow Meow guy who happens to be on Tucker Carlson. Okay, so so for Corey, presumably, he's probably open to, although doesn't feel the need for any help in this area, but he's probably open to me sending him things that say, check out this guy. He's really smart and saying something really intuitive here. And being an NIDOM, he'd probably go, okay, well, I'll check it out for a little bit and see. And then go, yeah, I can see the good things in that or whatever. Because he's a receiver by nature. So even if he prefers that his own sort of rabbit holiness direct him to the information that he receives, he's very qualified to receive. In contrast, he wants me to watch this guy or that guy, and I'm like, okay, I'll try to do it, because I'm not looking for tips about videos that will help me to understand things better. Be it arrogance, be it hubris, be it self-delusion, be it whatever you want to call it. While I understand clearly that I don't understand everything perfectly, and that there are lots of things that I don't understand at all, very, very complicated things like certain high-level math equations and stuff, that by and large, I understand things very well. Much, much better than the vast majority of other people. And as such, it's my job to explain things, not to seek to understand things better. For a long time in my life, I continually tried to play the role of explainer, but also ran afoul frequently of the fact that I wasn't quite ready to explain. I spent a ton of time in life reading, researching random things. In fact, sometimes Rachel and I will be watching something, and this is kind of like selfish third slot FE, right? I'll just sort of pause it without saying anything, open up a couple of tabs, Googling the thing, research it where I can read it, instead of watching some video on it, and get lost into reading all this long thing with all these facts and interpretations and stuff in it. And then Rachel stands up and I go, oh shit, sorry Rachel, I I did that thing again. So it's like, yeah, I research shit all the time, but I'm not looking for a guru. I'm not looking for a guy to whom I can attribute this guy really understands things. And I think from Corey's perspective, that always has to be somebody other than you. But from my perspective, it's me. And a lot of people may agree or disagree with me or whatever. There are a very large number of people who find that deeply offensive. So it's like, I think the RT people are examples of such people. I'm making definitive claims about understanding more clearly than they do by a large margin, and that my explanations are exclusively right to the extent that other explanations make claims exclusive to what I'm saying. And basically that most of the typology community needs to stop making YouTube videos until they learn how typology works from me first. Is basically what I'm saying, So, of course, for people who aren't prepared to deal with those words as descriptions of reality, true or false, but rather as only as statements that reveal something about Eric, then those statements are going to make you absolutely fucking furious. And that's why I have some very dedicated haters, you know. It's not because I'm right. It's because I insist on telling everybody that I'm right. You know, being right in and of itself is fine. That's not a problem. As long as you're not saying, and therefore, because your thing contradicts me, you're wrong. Even though that necessarily follows regarding anything worth talking about. Let's see what he said. No, I don't think it's that. I forget what his name is. Thinking about the amount of wrongness in the type community might make you lose your will to live. Yeah. Okay, let's see here. I'm going to go up and start reading some of the shit I've missed. I just watched the first few seconds and it was cut scenes of you saying you didn't want to watch their original vid because it would make you angry. Right. I did say that. Did they leave the part in where they said that I had said that I didn't want to watch it on principle? I don't want to watch it because it's going to make me angry. What they don't get, I guess, is that good rebuttals don't make me angry. Responsiveness doesn't make me angry. Engaging on a real level with what I'm saying doesn't make me angry. So I know in advance that these people cannot do that. I've heard from plenty of people that they're not doing that, so I have no desire to watch it. And because it's just going to be bullshit. If it had any validity, if somebody were to say to me, actually they make a lot of good points or something, they're actually quite reasonable about the whole thing, I'd watch it. If I thought that they were making good points, I thought it might be losing the argument or something, I'd definitely want to watch it and see if I was. But I've heard nothing of the sort from anybody. So, yeah, I don't want to watch it because it would make me mad because they're doing such a shitty job. Jesus Christ. Let me make a quick video response. To be clear, the reason I don't want to watch Rational Typology's videos is indeed because watching them will make me mad. The reason watching them will make me mad is because they will do such an incredibly shitty job of responding. So, for example, they are not responding on point to anything I said. This matters, right? I'm explaining to them my motivation for not watching their video. The reason it will make me mad is because those people can't think well. I had a conversation with them for 30 minutes. I've offered today to have them come on the live stream and have another conversation. We can have more conversations. But yes, it is the fact that if you cherry pick certain ellipsed segments of talking from somebody, you can construct bullshit commentary around that to misframe that piece of words that I said as something other than what it means. Yes, it would make me mad. It's not because I think you're right or scared of it or anything. It's because you do an incredibly shitty job of thinking. Thanks for watching. Rational Typology, get off my fucking jock, you morons.
Well said.
Thanks. Okay, now I'll upload that video. Acknowledge me, Sensei. Rational typologies. Acknowledge Me Sensei video. Alright. MBTI. Rational typology. I guess for them, any press is good press. Call them stalkers. Rational typology apparently made another video from the same conversation. Oh no. Excerpting me and commenting on it. They desperately want me to watch their videos. And I won't. But why? Because what I say in this video. Nutshell. Put your nutshell on my chin. Oh, okay. Do I have to? Yes. Put your nutshell on my chin right now. Playlist. Which playlist? Why this playlist here? Pew! I'll change the thumbnail of this later. Save. I think titling this Rational Typologies Acknowledge Me Sensei video is good. That's totally what they're doing. They're screaming, "Acknowledge me, Sensei!" There. Now I've published a video while I'm live streaming.
Whoa.
Pretty good, huh? That's called multitasking. Let's watch it together. Wait, you just saw it. You were there when I was making it.
I don't know where to go. I'm on a new video.
Okay. San Diego cousin family stuff, Eric fucked up. So, if you know the story of Eric fucking up bridge building, I would say, then you know that I was talking shit about Rachel's brother when we were in Indianapolis, and there was a big carumba about it, okay? So, in the aftermath of that, I realized I dealt with that poorly. I dealt with it as I always had, but I wasn't thinking of the NI aspect of it, which specifically was that this is not a normal circumstance. People from the family are much more likely to watch this in this context than they normally are. So even though I'm not really talking any differently about things than I always do, it's more likely to be heard and offend somebody in the family. Now, exactly how that played out, I'm not sure in terms of who saw, where, what, when.
Honestly, I only know my dad. And he texted me during the stream.
To tell me to take it, to stop it or whatever.
Yeah.
I didn't respond well because who are you telling me what to do, you know? But it's like, regardless, I needed to be better than that, and I wasn't. So the point is, now Rachel's saying, well, should we go see her cousin in San Diego? Yes, for sure we should, because I'm trying to repair those things.
Cool.
And I want to make sure that to the extent that there's difficulties with you and me, that we narrow the field of people down who feel that way as far as possible.
Okay.
So if we can isolate the hate Eric camp down to just maybe one brother and one uncle, then we'd be in a lot better shape, right? So we want to try to take every opportunity we can to show that I'm an affirmative force of engagement with your family, not a negative force. Do I have advice for dealing with FI polar? Don't fuck up like that. It's like, that's totally FI polar thing I fucked up with. It's like I was all TI about the whole thing, and I wasn't really ever thinking about how, this is really too much of a direct attack on a bunch of other people's ontologies. They're not going to respond well to it, and I'm being arrogant here. I'm being self-important, and it's not about me, and a bunch of other stuff I had to think. And it took me a long time to think it all through. Basically, in some sense, I got to see me learning from Rachel's dad, who's an ENFP, and understanding the circumstances in which ENFP perspectives needs to be incorporated if you're going to get a right answer to something. And that, in fact, ENFPs, sometimes one kind of needs to defer to them on their significant areas in terms of your action, not necessarily in terms of your words, because they're taking in a more complete calculus of factors. Well, including them allows you to have a more complete. Theirs is just as incomplete as yours, but just it fills in the other half of it, right? So there are some matters in which it's very wise for an ENFP to consult with an ENFP. Emotional matters mostly. And I suspect that it would be very wise for ENFPs to consult with ENTPs on logical matters. The thing is, I think you'd find less difficulty getting ENTPs to agree they should consult with ENFPs on emotional matters than you would have difficulty getting ENFPs to agree they should consult with ENTPs on logical matters. Eric, the point is you love Rachel and don't like the crap, but can't change it, so you function in it without compromising your morals. Well, I function in it as, since I can't meaningfully affect actual change, I'm much more likely to beat people with a shame stick, right? Okay, so yeah, I think we should go see San Diego cousin. Suspicious conversations. This is an interesting topic. What comprises a suspicious conversation? Well, look, if you are standing somewhere and two people are having a conversation, one clear way to make it suspicious is if those people are pointing at you periodically and looking at you while they're conversing. So if you see two people over there who are talking and periodically keep glancing at you and pointing at you and gesturing towards you and stuff, that would make that conversation suspicious to me. I'd be like, are they talking about me? What are they saying? Another potentially suspicious conversation is if you are in the store and you see like the security guard talking to a clerk, talking with a guy in a suit, then if you're stealing something, you should probably put it back. Right? Thanks, RDL. You're sweet. I appreciate you saying that. Wear a hoodie. That's all you have to do to make a conversation suspicious. Is both people wearing hoodies, it's suspicious AF, yeah. Might as well just call the cops. There's two people in hoodies outside having a conversation. We'll be right there. Are they black? We can't tell. They've got hoodies on. Good enough. I don't know what other kind of suspicious conversations there are. Like, I guess if I were to see, let's say, let's say we're back in the COVID time, and I knew who the main hospital administrator was for some reason. Like, lived nearby me or something. Mrs. Johnson, the main hospital administration. It would be Dr. Johnson probably, but okay. And then I walk out of my house and I see there's like 3 men and 2 like completely indistinct black cars with no front license plate on them and heavily tinted windows. And I see at her front doorstep there's like 3 men in black suits, all wearing dark sunglasses, all looking more or less identical, and they're talking to her. I'd say that's a suspicious conversation. You know, I say that there's some men in black shit going on here. What in the world is happening? This is a suspicious conversation. This is a kind of exciting suspicious conversation. You know, if I see something that clearly looks like a living alien, I can see it's not a costume, and I'm close enough to see, and they're talking with anybody about anything, that's a suspicious conversation. Someone in the back of a limo with just an inch of the window rolled down trying to talk to you. That's a suspicious conversation. Yeah. It's similar to one guy you don't know approaching you kind of, hey, like, stop for a second. I want to talk to you. And you notice, like, other guys from each direction approaching you that you don't know. That's a suspicious conversation. You probably don't want to stop for him. If you're a little kid and somebody says, hey, I lost my puppy. Can you help me find it? That's a suspicious conversation. The answer is no. No, I don't want to help you find it. I hope it stays lost forever. If you're a drunk girl at a party and some guy you don't even recognize from the party walks up to you and says, hey, you look like you could use a ride home. That's a suspicious conversation.
Yeah.
If they say, here, take this vitamin, that's a suspicious conversation.
Yeah.
I don't know if that quite qualifies as a conversation, but... Yeah, after you help me find my puppy, I've got a lot of candy for you. Really? This is sounding like a better and better deal. Porridge? No, Georgia Guidestones. I don't know what Georgia Guidestones are.
Neither do I. I've never heard of them before.
Let me Google it and find out. Georgia Guidestones. The Georgia Guidestones are a granite monument erected in 1980 in Georgia. A set of 10 guidelines is inscribed on the structure in 8 modern languages, and a shorter message is inscribed at the top of the structure in 4 ancient language scripts. What's the message? Maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. Guide reproduction wisely, improving fitness and diversity. Unite humanity with a living new language. Rule passion, faith, tradition, and all things with tempered reason. 5. Protect people and nations with fair laws and just courts. 6. Let all nations rule internally, resolving external disputes in a world court. 7. Avoid petty laws and useless officials. 8. Balance personal rights with social duties. 9. Prize truth, beauty, love, seeking harmony with the infinite. 10. Be not a cancer on the earth, leave room for nature, leave room for nature. I mean, pretty good set of things, actually. I don't like the idea of guiding reproduction. because that implies some central authority dictating to others whether or not they can reproduce. But the same with number one. Who's maintaining? Like, some authority is maintaining, presumably, right? And unite humanity with a living new language. What the hell does that mean? It's like, you can't compel everybody to use a new language. Rule. Now, this next one, rule passion, faith, and tradition, and all things with tempered reason, is perfectly good. Protect people and nations with fair laws and just courts. Perfectly fine. Let all nations rule internally, resolving external disputes in a world court. That's fine too, although I would just leave that second half off and just say, respect the sovereignty of each nation regarding its own internal affairs. 7. Petty laws and useless officials should be avoided, absolutely. 8. Balance personal rights with social duties is not a good way to put it. A better way to put it is affirm social duties when they don't involve violations of rights. Generally affirm social duties that don't use rights violations as a mechanism, you know. Prize truth, beauty, love, seeking harmony with the infinite. It's hard to object for that one. Be not a cancer on the earth. I mean, I like 9, I like 10. 8's too vague. 7's good. 6 is good. Ish. 5 is good. 4 is good. 1, 2, and 3 imply too much centralized authority. And centralized authority reaching into one's reproductive liberty, which I believe in. Note, I don't think, just for the record, that abortion is a matter of reproductive liberty, okay? But a lot of people do. But to the extent that you exclude that, I am in full support of reproductive liberty. Okay, now, porridge. Finally, we get around to the most important topic of all, porridge. If you are an orphan living in Victorian England, you have enjoyed a lot of porridge. And you continue to enjoy it on a day-to-day basis. In any other context, you've never had porridge and don't really know what it is. I fall in that latter category, as does Rachel. So if we have any porridge eaters around here, please share with us your experience of what it's like to eat porridge.
Do they eat porridge in Canada too?
Nope, only in Charles Dickens books.
So that's in England also. So do people in America eat porridge?
No, I mean, I don't think anybody's eaten porridge since a Dickens book. So, I mean, I don't know if we're going to find any living porridge eaters. You had to start eating porridge at the orphanage in the Charles Dickens book, or else you weren't actually eating real porridge. You've had porridge, Evelyn? Congratulations. Evelyn's had actual porridge. Dalla says he's eaten porridge as well. It's sort of like oatmeal because it is oatmeal. Don't tell me porridge is just another word for oatmeal. Is that what it is? Another word for oatmeal? If porridge is just another word for oatmeal, then obviously I've had porridge before.
Yeah.
But I didn't know it was porridge.
I didn't know it was porridge either.
I feel like I've been lied to. I feel like I've been abused by the world. Okay, JFK assassination. I don't know about that. I don't really have any opinion about it. Was it one guy shooting from the book depository? I mean, back at that time period, like, the cloak and dagger shit was off the hook. You know, it's like all over the place. I don't know if they're still quite as cloak and daggery as they used to be. It was this brief time period of the Cold War before you had real technology, where you had a lot of people on the ground doing weird secret ops. You know, there's that case of the Summerland man, whose body was found in Australia, and they could never identify the person because he was obviously a Cold War spy. He had all of anything that could identify him carefully cut out. And in fact, he had this copy of this book. What book was it? Oh, it was like Arabian Nights, I think. Okay. And the copy of the book he had, there's, as far as anybody can tell, there was shit tons of editions of this book published at the time. There were a lot of different editions, but the edition that he has doesn't exist. Okay, so it's the same book, except the publisher and edition number and so forth doesn't exist. They can't find any other example of it anywhere, or any record of this publisher existing, and the size of it is not exactly the same as any other known edition of it. In other words, it's squarer or something. So there's a lot of speculation about that book being having some role in some code breaking thing, right? So if you had a code breaking thing where you're saying page meow, line meow, word meow, okay, you'd want to make sure that the book that you were using as the other end of that code breaking thing, that if somebody else happened to have the book and figure out you were using it, they couldn't figure it out. So you'd have to have a slightly different edition of the book than exists anywhere else. So that page 5, line 4, word 3 in the edition you're referencing is not in the same spot in any other edition of that book, right? So it would make perfect sense if it was that kind of code that they were doing. I forget what that kind of code is called, but they did a lot of crazy shit like that back then in the 50s and 60s. They had all kinds of crazy stuff going on.
Great movie.
Like, I mean, I don't know if you guys have heard of this story before, but the United States decided in a brilliant CIA decision, I guess, that we needed to put a listening tower radar thing on top of a very tall mountain in the Himalayas in order to give us early warning regarding possible Chinese ICBMs. Okay? The only problem is there's no way to get it there. You can't helicopter up that high. And the idea of trying to parachute onto it, you're going to miss it. It's impossible. Those conditions make it basically impossible to parachute successfully onto the thing. And a variety of other things come into play here. They end up sending out a team of people to go climb up there and install this thing. Of course, they can't draw these people from their normal CIA agent pool because they're asking these people to climb one of the most difficult to climb mountains in the world. It's not as tall as Everest, but it's more difficult to climb. And so they have to recruit these mountaineers who are like famous mountaineers to do the job. So they do so. They get this team of mountaineers together. The problem is, after thinking about it a while, they realize, look, this listening tower has to be entirely self-sufficient. It's got to continue running indefinitely without anybody coming and doing any repairs. And the only way we can make that happen is if we, of course, make it nuclear powered. So what they got a ridiculous amount of plutonium. It's not a very efficient nuclear power plant that they're taking up there because it's very small. So instead of actually doing like a nuclear power plant thing, they're just basically taking the radiant heat from big chunks of fucking plutonium, okay? So they're climbing up the mountain to the top of this mountain, and some shit goes down. A big ass storm. Oh my God, this is terrible, terrible. So they go, we got to get out of here. There's no way we're going to get out of here while carrying this super heavy thing that we're carrying. And we don't want to have to carry it back up later. So let's just stash it in this cave here, and we'll come back later when the weather's better and finish the job. Because they were near the top, right? So they stick this fucking box of plutonium along with other pieces of this listening tower in this cave, and then they come back the next year to finish the job when the weather's better. Only what they discover is that, an avalanche has obliterated that entire cave. So then they spend the next several years, maybe decades, I don't know, looking for this massive quantity of plutonium that they've lost in the Himalayas, which were to come loose from its container and join the meltwater in the spring would be enough to kill everybody on the Indian subcontinent many times over, which is where all that water would go. It's still lost up there. It's still there somewhere. There's a big fucking box of plutonium that the United States lost in the fucking Himalayas. And it's still out there. There was a big flood earlier this year at a really weird time of year in India. Or maybe it was last year. It was either this year or last year. And it happened in February, which is way too early for the springs. Now, what they ended up concluding was that this big flood was caused, and I'm convinced by this explanation, by a big ice piece of a glacier that fell into a big lake that then pushed all that water, and that's what caused the flood. So, and you can see the before and after picture of the glacier, so it's quite convincing. But the speculation before they had an explanation for it, the first speculation was, oh shit, that plutonium got out. The thing is, even as they were carrying it up the thing, they could feel the heat radiating from it through the thick lead box that it was in, you know? And we know about this one. We know about this one, okay? For everything like this that we know about, there's a shit ton of others that we don't know about. There's also a nuclear bomb that there was a plane that was on exercise carrying a nuclear bomb that wasn't connected to be live. Like, it was a real nuclear bomb, but even if you were to drop it, it wouldn't go off, okay? Presumably. But then something happened to the plane in midair, and it was damaged. And before the plane came into land on the American mainland, the military higher-ups ordered them to drop this bomb into the ocean off the American coast. It didn't go off as they had planned for it not to be able to go off, right? But they lost it. It's still out there.
Oh my god.
They can't find it.
They lost it.
Can you believe that shit? There's off the east coast of the United States, somewhere in the coastal waters, probably within American jurisdiction, maybe just past it. There's an American nuclear bomb from the 60s sitting on the bottom of the ocean. I mean, ay, right? Crazy ass shit.
Yeah, is right.
No, that's a true story. That's declassified. Because, I mean, obviously the bomb is shielded so that the people in the plane don't get radiation sickness. The bomb is very well shielded to, as far as the plutonium in the Himalayas, Google it, research it. Totally legit. This is not a conspiracy theory that people have. This is something that's declassified information. I mean, it's possible that the U.S. has since found and recovered that plutonium, okay? From the Himalayas, it's possible that the U.S. government since has found and recovered that nuclear bomb. But if that were the case, we were not informed of that recovery, and so there's no reason to believe the status quo that was definitely the case when last we knew what the status quo was has changed. So, you know, it is the case that the U.S. government and all governments, especially during the Cold War, did crazy ass shit. You know, crazy ass shit. I'd like to think that the world's a little bit more grown up than that now. Tybee Island, Georgia, U.S. The Tybee Island mid-air collision was an incident on February 5th, 1958, in which the United States Air Force lost a 7,600-pound Mark 15 nuclear bomb in the waters off Tybee Island near Savannah, Georgia, United States. Okay, so maybe that doesn't quite count as the East Coast. I don't know. Maybe it's the Gulf of Mexico. But whatever. I may have gotten the location a little bit wrong. But the point is, yes, that's what I'm talking about. When is the Yellowstone volcano going to erupt? The day I become famous. Just be like, see, Eric, you never were supposed to really become famous. And now you've caused Yellowstone to erupt. There are Nazi subs in the North Atlantic and have been capsulated with concrete so they don't leak oil. So a lot of hassle for some oil company or something. You would think there'd be more effort for plutonium. I mean, I'm sure there was a lot of effort. I don't doubt that a great deal of effort was put into finding that bomb and finding the plutonium in the Himalayas. And that we know for a fact that at least in the immediate aftermath of losing those things, there was an unsuccessful search. They may have continued the search, been successful, and never informed us or updated. That's certainly possible. It may even be more plausible than they continue to be missing. But nevertheless, what I'm saying is true. So that's just how it is. I mean, as far as the Himalayas thing, remember, an avalanche obliterated the entire cave that thing was in. Who knows how much snow it's buried underneath? Who knows how far it traveled down the mountain, into what crevasse? You know, it's like, and like somebody says here, you can't like really search it on foot very easily. It's not an easy mountain. It's not an easy area to walk around. So, what are you gonna do? Well, what you're going to do if you're smart is never begin this plan in the first place, because it's a crazy fucking idea. Let's put a nuclear powered radar tower on top of K2. I mean, come on. I don't know if it was actually K2. It was one of those Himalaya mountains. Well, I mean, the thing is, how much of a signature a given radioactive source has is going to be constrained by how much shielding it has. If you shielded something well enough that human beings can carry it up the mountain and not get radiation poisoning, then you've probably limited the amount of radioactive Geiger countery kind of things you can get off of it by a substantial amount, right? Because the CIA, they're dealing with like famous mountaineers and shit. They don't want them all to die of radiation poisoning right after they get back. Okay, so I mean, obviously they shielded the fuck out of the thing. They talked about how heavy it was, even though it only contained, you know, the total amount of weight of the plutonium is insignificant compared to the weight of the whole thing that they carried. In 1965, a CIA team lost a 4-pound plutonium-powered device at Nanda Devi Peak, which it was trying to install to spy on Chinese nuclear tests. The expedition retreated in the face of bad weather, leaving the device in the Himalayas. Those fears were confirmed in 2005 when traces of plutonium-235 was found. Thanks, Winston's mom, for proving me right. You're a gentlewoman, a scholar, and a reader of fine literature. So I've exhausted all the topics I had. No, it's not verified just by Himalayan shepherds. I mean, Himalayan shepherds don't typically test for plutonium-235. I mean, it's right. I guess well, there's a little bit of that right after the shearing, before they send them down slopes to the lower pastures. They do test the sheep for plutonium-235. That's part of their traditional rituals. They grind some maize into a bowl and pour it over it, and if if the sheep dies of radiation poisoning, they know that that's a positive test. So, I mean, the thing is, there's a variety of confirming sources on this that validate that, yes, in fact, this happened. Being skeptical, because it sounds like a lie, is putting your intuition in front of a calculation of justifications. So, yeah, when that flood happened, a lot of people, it came to mind that, oh, shit, this might be the source of the flood, is this plutonium. But I'm convinced it wasn't the source of the flood. That in fact the plutonium is still tightly packed up in its whatever, and that the source of the flood was the explanation they gave. And the reason I was convinced by that is because I saw the Google Earth before and after photos showing where the chunk of the glacier fell off into this lake and how that definitely would connect it to the river system. So it makes perfectly good sense, right? So the thing is, it's fine to be skeptical, but good skepticism puts a disinterested calculus ahead of an intuitive calculus, because while you can establish or counter claims made by a logical calculus, you can't do so necessarily about those made by an intuitive calculus. In other words, if your intuition is right and you want to communicate it, it needs to be converted into a different kind of currency. I mean, the thing is, I have a very strong track record on this. So, in other words, I was able to intuit first that it was much more likely to be lab release than it was naturally occurring for a number of different reasons. Then my research confirmed that as I explored, okay, well, if I were wrong, I would see this. Okay, no, actually, this is very much the most likely conclusion. So I have a long track record of both using intuition well and not overusing it. What you're demonstrating here is intuition before analysis and without analysis. And it's never going to be adequate. If you trust your intuition too much, then you end up making claims you can't substantiate. And whether that's on the skeptical side or the believing side of any given issue, it doesn't matter. The point is, you can't put intuition ahead of good thinking and expect to be right. Okay, so we'll wrap it up and call it a day. The Indian government has also said this story is true. Well, yeah, they're not lying. No, it is a true story. If I say something is a true story, you can be assured that I have researched it thoroughly. I am not. Every once in a while, some specious bullshit might fool me for a second. It's very unlikely to get to the spot where I'm talking about it, though. The thing is, even if it is a lie, the only correct position to hold on it is that it's justified claim. It's a justified claim. Okay? So what you're doing is demonstrating that you are overemphasizing your intuition here because you're not distinguishing between justified claims and inadequately justified claims. You're judging between claims that are justified in a way that supports your intuition or claims that are justified in ways that don't support your intuition. And you dismiss those justifications that don't support your intuition. That's putting an interested calculus first. It's backwards. That's not how to think. All right. Thanks for watching. And don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. Oh, a song. I do want to play one song. I know I always say one song and then I end up playing more than one song. But I want to play 100,000 million years ago because it's my new song. Everybody likes to play the new song. I mean, I guess the point is we can have a strict standard for being convinced, and that's fine. But we have to have a fair standard for being convinced. If X amount of evidence would convince you of what you want to be true, then it also needs to convince you of what you don't want to be true. So, if you're somebody who always prefers to maintain ambiguity regarding things, in other words, you'd rather never be wrong, then you never affirm anything. But unless you're appealing to ambiguity, I prefer not to have an answer on this, then it doesn't necessarily mean you're never wrong. An important point to make. Okay. So 100,000 million years ago. A lot of you were asking, if I remember, what happened 100,000 million years ago, Eric? Well, here's the answer in song form. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Let me move this so I can see the audio level, so I don't peak. I can watch my mic levels. There we go. Now I can see my mic levels. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody had to show. Place those slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. Holy slabs coming to view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. Oh, when the slope appears in charge today. Options at large here. Other ways. Give each a chance. One's quick to check. But don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody had to show. Place those slabs below and let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. Oh, holy slabs coming to view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. Oh, when the slope begins in charge today. Options at large steer. Other ways. Give each a chance. One's quick to check. But don't get caught standing on deck. The bridge presents a fork. Not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a bitter force. Enemy ground. Was 100,000 million years ago. Thanks, darling.
You sounded so good.
Thanks. I was trying not to peak. I peaked like 5 times during the course of that. Any requests before I go? Any specific song you would like to hear? What do I want to play? Would be maybe a better question. And of course,
Satchel was my.
Okay, I'll do Satchel. I'm gonna do Cloudy Day in Los Angeles. Of course, Rachel, if you'd like to sing along with me, please do. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. I got a phone call. Hey, what's going on?
Yo, this is a bit last minute, but just got an email for 10 today. Are you busy?
10 p.m. tonight?
Yeah.
Is this the makeup for that one I missed?
I don't think so.
Can you follow up on that for me, please? I'm not sure if that person...
Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot.
That's fine.
It totally slipped my mind.
Alright, well, yeah, that happens. Okay, so, yeah, please follow up on that and tell them I'm sorry and that it's my fault and I'd like to reschedule, but if they want a refund, I can give them a refund. 10 o'clock tonight, confirm, I'll be there.
And check your email for tomorrow, because there's one also. I left that one a while ago.
For tomorrow?
Yeah.
What time?
Oh, shit. Might be early, actually.
That's a little vague. If you give me a specific time, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, 9 a.m.
9 a.m. Okay, fine. So I got 10 o'clock tonight, and I got 9 a.m. tomorrow. Fine. I'll put it on my calendar right now. Thank you for telling me. And
yeah, sorry for the short notice, dude.
no problem. Not a problem. Thanks. I'll talk to you later. Bye. Okay. So 10 p.m. Type Pia, and then 9 a.m. Pia. Okay. Now let's play Satchel. Somebody said specifically a slow version. Okay, I'll do a slow version. I guess that was a short version of Cloudy Day in Los Angeles. And Rachel, of course, if you know the words and feel like it, feel free to sing along as always.
Thanks.
Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. There are times, dark times, times of despair. Times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of salmon sea and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. A satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road comes to an end. When I'm there, will there be any anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and a satchel filled up with bones, and that satchel of nothing but home. Satchel of helpful goods, 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 satchel of helpful goods.
I'll practice that one. Thank you, Winston's mom. I appreciate it.
Agave Weatherman. Okay. I will play Agave Weatherman. That song, I really felt like last time I played it very well. So maybe I'll play it well again. That's possible.
That is.
By me. Where is the old set list Bobette list? Here it is. Okay. I gave Weatherman. Let me pull it up here. All right, here we go. You're living on a time frame I will never know. Alienation and humanity's soul. Imagine you a future after the collapse, returning to the urgency of isolated past. Picturing community free of metaphysics, hunting buffalo, baking red delicious, knowledge of the seasons, wisdoms of old, fires blazing in the night to keep away the cold. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. Imagining a history that never could have been. You lecture at the college, advancement is a sin. Lamenting disconnection in every corporate act. Asserting all your feelings and ignoring all the facts. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. You find modernity just so banal. Wish you had been born any time, but now your experience won't run afoul of exceptions you might allow. You visualize nobility sipping on some port, or tribes of peaceful savages in beautiful comport. But few of history's people ever thusly did cavort, 'cause life was solitary, nasty, brutish, poor and short. Hostility is kept at bay.
Hostility is kept at bay
By what you think is in the way.
by what you think is in the way
Of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. With an agave weatherman. By the way, Rachel, even though when I sing it by myself, I only put those background vocals at the last one, I want them in all three things.
Cool. I'll definitely do that. It's
only
so
reason
fun messing around with the.
The only reason I put the background ones in the last one is because I want people to get the sense that there are background ones here, but I don't want trying to do both of them to ruin the first two choruses.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool.
I'm talking about the where it goes, like this part. Hostility is captivated.
Okay, I have to practice.
By what you think is in the way of the land. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm just saying, I like the fact that you added those background vocals, but they go in all three of them.
Well,
and if you had thought they only go in the last one, because that's how I do it, that's only when I'm singing it by myself. That's my point. All right, let's see, after that long explanation, if we have... Amelia with Rachel singing along in the chorus. Amelia. I have trouble with the rhythms here because I'm not quite settled on what the rhythms the guitar is supposed to do in each part or something. I will try it anyway.
This might be a first for me.
I'm from Visalia. I'm from Visalia. That's a song I'm unable to cover. Okay, I cannot cover Visalia. Amelia. I shouldn't have gone through the whole thing. Hold on. Amelia, go from that place. Take unto you the details of your case. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove. What will they say when they look at you then, moving sideways in the space you're in, and staring sidelong with your thirsty grin? Amelia, can't you see, you and I will never be. Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia, Amelia, we're watching you fail for sure, no matter what we do. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then, moving sideways in the space you're in, and staring sidelong with your thirsty grin? Amelia, can't you see, you and I will never be. Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the, with too much opportunity to leave out in the, with too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia. Okay, so I think the last song I want to play is, I guess I'll play the old cover before we go. I'm a white boy trying to find a place to do his thing. Okay. Some folk call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking cans, but it won't do an ant to get to call me names. My daddy wasn't Willie Woodrow, I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Yeah, I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, 'cause I ain't got much to lose but lost the game. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Small town boy, been around a little, and I like guitar, I like the fiddle, 'cause that's the kind of soul sick to fan my flame. Blue-eyed Billy, feared and ready, I got to work just to be somebody. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Yeah, I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Yeah, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm most likely to play Cloudy Day in Los Angeles by myself. I really enjoy playing that song a lot. And it's very satisfying to play. And when I'm not, it's somewhat less satisfying to play in this context because I'm having to keep an eye on the mic levels and my dynamics. So I'm a very mic aware person because I don't use a compressor usually, which means I'm always constantly modulating my volume on the guitar and the voice so that it doesn't peak in the mic. And that makes it harder for me to play in this context than by myself when I don't have to worry about that. So I really enjoy playing that song. That's my favorite song to play. Is Cloudy Day in Los Angeles.
Anytime it's a cloudy day now, I have that song in my head.
But I also really like to play that song I just played. That cover.
It's great.
That cover is really fun to play, but I don't usually play it by myself.
It's a great song.
Yeah, we never finished it, huh?
No,
Let's finish it.
Okay, but
Let's start it over.
Can I see the lyrics, please?
Sure. Are they on set list, Bobette list? Let's find out. Yeah, here we go. So, the thing is, this goes here. Okay.
Okay.
It's a very cloudy day
in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Can someone buy us some more time?
Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving. Stay awake to give in. They'll try to sap your will to fight. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten, noise is sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles.
And today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Seems we bought us some more time. Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I got something to say, something to say. So in the ideal performance of that song, Rachel would be the only one singing in the verses, but although I joined her in the verses,
And I wouldn't.
and
sing
she wouldn't
for the-
sing in the bridge,
Yeah.
but she joined me in the bridge. But that's fine because we're just fucking around or whatever. But it's like I do plan at some point to do a set of songs with you singing and me singing and playing and each having designated spots where we're supposed to do certain things.
Cool.
You know, that song was started out as a freestyle that I was just freestyling songs outside. It was cloudy, and I did write a couple of the melodic elements in the song in that freestyle, and then I built the song around the part I liked best, right? So there's actually two parts of that song that are straight from the freestyle. The first part being, it's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, that part, and the second part being, cloudy day in Los Angeles. Those two sections are straight from the freestyle in terms of writing it. But the evangelist part is not, and then the other sections are things that I built around those pieces that I liked, you know? So, have I put thought into anything like a concept album? I mean, I don't believe really much in concept albums. My concept is I would like to put together an album in which every single song on it is a number one hit. So in other words, I'm a believer that if I wanted to do an album, my number one goal would be to have zero filler on it. To have it be totally listenable from first song to last song with nothing but catchy, fun, good to listen to songs, or not necessarily fun, you know. I mean, that doesn't need to be the vibe. I mean, but I'd use the piano if I couldn't use the guitar, or maybe the bass. I mean, you can write songs on a bass, no problem, but the piano would give you a lot more flexibility, you know.
Winston's mom asked me about if I have a favorite song to sing. I love singing with Eric. It's really fun. I like singing in general, so being able to sing original music is very meaningful to me. But my favorite song during like karaoke is "Say It Ain't So" by Weezer.
It's a great, and that's, as far as covers go, that's a really fun cover to
Yeah.
play too. I mean, the thing is, I could do that on the piano too. I could just play the bass notes on the piano and have the same basic functionality as a bass, you know. Yes, it's a piano. It's just that it's inside and it's in my dad's part of the house.
Yeah, we're not really supposed to.
It's not like we're not supposed to go in
No,
there. It's just that if I were to go in there and start doing something with the piano, it would have to be when my dad's not here.
Yeah.
Or else I'd have to do a lot of explaining, and I'd have to sort of set it up ahead of time. Like, okay, tomorrow, Dad, I'd like to use the piano from this time to this time, and that's just not how I operate. I don't think that far ahead. So, okay. I'm going to wrap this up now. I hope you all enjoyed that live stream. I hope it was a fun one.
Hope you did too.
I hope I played those songs
Happy
well.
Thanksgiving to those Canadian watchers out there.
Yeah, happy Canadian Thanksgiving. All my teasing of you was just in fun. I really love you, Canada. Yes, you're part of North America. No, I don't have the authority to demote you to Asia. Don't worry. Okay. Goodbye, good luck, and good night.
Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.
To America and the world.